We have tickets to the party, but that's not for how long?
So that's for, we're going to say a day or two. Yeah, we'll say 2 days is helpful.
So, hey, I got this really cool thing on this staff. It's called plane shift. Do y'all want to go to Hey,
No.
Haleth, do you want to go to a different plane?
No, thank you.
You probably know some of them. Just tell me when we can go there.
She's probably got friends there.
I do. But no, I don't think so.
I'll pass.
Are you sure?
I like this plane.
So, I'm thinking out loud of our loose ends here. So we went looking for Mother Maggot. We went to the Dragon Den. We went to St. Cuthbert's Church. Trying to think if we had any additional loose ends attached onto those. The church we kind of figured out. Mother Maggot, we found the lair, but we don't know if we found her. Dragon lair is pretty much done.
And we already tried to contact Lashana, and I think we decided, or we found out that our best chance of talking to her is at the party.
Anybody think any loose ends we had attached to those that we need to investigate?
Nope, we
I
really
can-
didn't find out anything about Mother Maggot. That was the only thing.
Well, we found out that she lives somewhere down by the dock, doesn't she? I can't remember now. That little Ren's little buddy. We need to maybe find him and get him to lead us to her.
Oh yeah, he was supposed to come to the church in the morning.
Yeah. We should ask Lantis if he showed up.
Not other than the Mother Maggot thing. I think everything that the Ghost of Rorsk told us, we investigated.
All right.
Do we all have fancy clothes for the show? Or the party?
I think I need to upgrade my noble clothes, but those clothes disintegrate after a couple days, don't they?
Yep.
I think it was 5 days, so we're good for 5.
Oh, okay. I probably need to stop and get a suit.
And probably Spaz needs... Or no, did Spaz get one?
The only thing that I would suggest we see if we can find anything about is the events that are going to happen at the party, because according to this little flyer, some of these things sound kind of... I mean, bowling, the devious heads. Did you guys look at this flyer? Actually,
Yeah.
I think it's a part of the ticket itself.
Yep.
I was disappointed they didn't have gnome bowling.
I think it's in
Do you,
apps, right? I mean, still in there.
do you think some of you could sneak around and disguise and see if you can find something out? I doubt anybody's going to tell me anything with my emblem.
Well, I think Talon made a friend of a couple of people at the Deluxery.
Yeah, I mean, I can go back there.
Did you want to check on your ward to see if he actually made it to the church this morning?
Yeah, I'll probably check on that and then get a outfit for the festival.
As you guys are discussing this, are you slowly walking through town or just kind of hanging out there, sort of where the marker's at next to the palace's walls?
I think we were trying to head back to the church.
Sounds good. You guys are kind of discussing things in low voices as you do. You do see people generally walking back and forth. You see people walking by. And then up ahead you see what appears to be a hobgoblin guard, or at least a hobgoblin in itself. He's very tall and broad shoulders. There's a small black crow that's on his shoulders. And then you see standing next to him, there's a very tall, thin hobgoblin, looks almost misshapen, essentially, who's wearing some robes that are kind of over his shoulders and has sort of either a clergy or like a magic user type look to him. And as you guys are walking, you can kind of see him ahead, and you see the one looks back to the bird, and then he looks to you guys, and you see him pointing, and he starts waving, trying to get your attention as he's walking towards you. He's probably, I don't know, 100 feet away.
As soon as I see him, he would have had my attention with those get-ups.
That description? Yeah. He's kind of waving, and you see him waving some more. He's almost like trying to get your attention. Then he takes a couple hands, and he kind of has them above his head.
I'll kind of fade back and try to just blend in with,
Okay.
like, if there's like any crowd or anything.
Yeah. So there is a group of some peasants that are kind of walking. You can see them kind of walking in the opposite direction, the way you guys were headed, heading towards the west. You kind of blend in with them as they walk away. All of a sudden, you see he has a big smile across his face, and he has these two lower teeth, these incisors that kind of poke through. So it's kind of a weird sort of grin as he looks at you, and he waves and he says, "Hello, friends. Hello."
Hi, how you doing?
Hello.
Hey, how are you? Bercross, nice to meet you. He kind of gives you a handshake to Ren.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, you too. I hear you guys are going to the event.
Yes, we are. We were just looking at the invitation a while ago, kind of wondering what the different festivities meant.
Yes. I don't know, but where are you guys from? I've not heard of you before.
From Greyhawk.
Oh, nice. Well, you don't get an invitation unless you've done something pretty impressive. What have you done? How did you get invited to the party?
Oh, it's a long story. We could tell you at the party, probably.
Oh, no. Let me hear it now. I'm interested.
What's your bird's name? That's an interesting bird.
Kind of brings his left arm up and sort of pats the head of the bird, and he says, "It's Garg."
Hi, Garg.
And Garg kind of looks and he sort of cacaws at you. Pretty nice, huh? I think
Yeah,
so.
he's an interesting companion.
Yeah. He's my friend. So, what did you do? Come on, don't be shy.
Well, we don't like to brag.
Oh, you can brag to me. I want to hear about it.
Well, we just saved some towns from the undead taking over. A few things like that. Nothing big.
See, you said Greyhawk?
Yeah, Greyhawk.
Well, I gotta tell you, Greyhawk isn't like the Bandit lands, right? Bandit Kingdoms is much more violent and lawless, right?
Oh, yes, for sure.
Yes. Well, but Red Hand is very safe, as you can tell, as you see, right?
Yes, it is. Yep. Yeah, it's very lawful.
Yes.
Very safe here. Prince Zeech has done a good job. He asked me to come because I'm a big hero too, you know.
Oh, what have you done? Tell me about yourself.
Well, you guys talk about towns. I've saved kingdoms.
Oh, really?
Yes. Very important. Killed many dragons too.
Oh, what color dragons?
Oh, mainly gold and silver.
Ooh, how was it fighting gold and silver dragons?
Easy cake. Bird could probably take him. I have to be honest, though. I mean, you guys sound like you're up-and-comers. I'm not sure you really, kind of, deserve this thing. Usually brings in really important people. What else have you done?
We've killed a few dragons.
Yeah, we've killed a few dragons.
Yeah, little baby ones, I'm sure, right?
No.
No, we killed a big one. Probably, he looked pretty ancient.
Really? I haven't heard of it. What color? Get you get a blue one? Those ones are the easy ones.
Black.
Black one, huh? Nobody I know, I hope.
Oh, probably not. I wouldn't think so.
Yeah. Well, we've not only killed dragons, we took on giants, too.
Giants?
Yeah.
What kind of giants?
Storm giants, the biggest and the baddest.
Wow.
Yeah. Can't beat that, can ya?
No, you're definitely impressive.
Well, I have to be honest, yeah.
So have you been to this festival before?
No, this is the first time. It's been 20 years he's been in charge. We're all here to honor him, right?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, I think that we need to prove who is best, so when we go to this party, we know who is the strongest warrior, don't you?
Oh, for sure. That sounds good. Are there games, like gladiator games at this festival?
Oh, there's no fighting there at the party, but I suggest one of your colleagues here step forward and we go mano a mano, prove who's best. What do you think?
Oh, right now?
Oh, of course. Just a little friendly contest.
Is that approved in the city?
Depends. We'll just keep it on the down low. We'll try not to get the attention of the blessed angels, Looks around. He says, you see any around?
They're tough to hide from.
You're gonna fight right here in the main street?
We can do our challenges here in the street, don't you think? Unless you're too scared. I mean, you're not a hobgoblin. You're probably kind of puny. I don't know. Do I need to handicap?
You are impressive.
Thank you.
I love your eyebrows.
Oh, thank you. It took a long time to make them that long.
I bet. Do you go to a special barber for that, or do you have some hair cream or something?
It's all natural. Of course.
He takes his hands and he pushes both his palms on his eyebrows and makes them stand up even higher.
See?
Wow. So, are you going to challenge one of us, or are you going to challenge us all, or what's the deal?
Well, it's just me. I mean, how can I don't think it's fair for all 6 of you, or 5 of you, or 4 of you. How many there is?
Who's the skinny guy?
He looks over and you see he's very well put together. He's clean. His hair is very well trimmed. Almost looks as if he's civilized for a hobgoblin. And he kind of looks at you. He says, "Oh, that's my friend. That's Vulras. He just he doesn't talk. He's mute. Kind of like your guy with the weird glasses in the back."
Oh. He's not weird. He's our leader.
Oh, well then he must be the one up to the challenge. Step forward, leader.
He indicates to Spaz.
Oh, what do you want?
You're the leader. You got a challenge. Let's do this.
He starts to unbuckle the clasp on his cloak, and it sort of falls off his shoulders. And
So what do we do? Are we wrestling?
Ken, we could wrestle? Sure. I like that. We hobgoblins have a great way to take care of this called mindless courage of dreadful mauling. Yes, yes.
What?
Mindless courage of dreadful mauling.
So what's the rules?
Simple. It's timed. We will you count on our fingers, and one person attempts to grapple and pin my mount for 3 rounds.
Pin your mount.
Yes, don't you see him?
I think they only do that in Montana.
He kind of looks around and he goes, oh, goes, Gristlegrop, come here, Gristlegrop, come here. And you see him kind of clapping his hands. Where is that darn thing? CV just kind of looks around, back and forth, and kind of looks. And you suddenly hear some people screaming down the street. And you see people sort of making a opening in the path as this large creature comes bounding down the street itself. Goes, oh, here he comes. Hang on. He says, you're gonna do this, right? You and me, leader.
So what? I have to pin him to the ground,
Yes, you gotta hold him down 18 seconds.
and then if I do that, I win.
No, then I have to try.
To hold him down for 18 seconds.
Yes.
Well,
And, I have to be honest. It's whoever can hold him down, and if we both do it, then we have to do it again until somebody can't hold him. Or we can wait and see a hold. I got a better idea. Let's hold him and see how long we can hold him down.
but that means you go first.
You want me to go first?
Yep.
Okay. And he says, "Oh, and if you hurt Gristlegop, you're forfeited, right?
Wait, you mean hurt him?
If you hurt him in any way,
Okay.
if he gets hurt." Says, "This guy's your leader."
Hey, you go first.
No.
So as you see, this large dire boar comes bouncing down the street, and you see people kind of moving out of the way and whatnot. And he kind of looks around and he indicates to Vijus. He says, "Get all the boys, okay?" And you see Vijus kind of turns around and just doesn't really say anything. He looks, and you see there's about 6 hobgoblins that come off the side streets. And they kind of come in, and you see them sort of moving things around, and they make this sort of makeshift circle in the middle of the road at one of the intersections there. And they kind of block it with wagon carts and things that they can find, and they sort of make this makeshift arena that's 40 feet wide.
Okay. I think I'm going to get messed up here.
And so you see this this dire boar is kind of sitting in there, and kind of patting at the dirt, and Vikros kind of goes over and he sort of pats him and whatnot, and he looks to you and he says, "Now listen, just because I'm his mount doesn't mean that he doesn't like to play this game, okay?"
You're his mount?
Yeah?
So he rides you?
Oh, I meant the other way around.
Oh, okay.
He puts his finger, and he has the guard kind of climb onto his finger, and he hands it over to Vijus, and Vijus kind of picks it up and slowly puts it kind of in his hand and just kind of pets it almost like a cat that's sitting in his hand as the bird's sort of sitting there. And he moves over to the side, and you see the crowd now is sort of gathered around the edges here, and see the boar is kind of pacing back and forth, and he walks over to the other side, and as he does, he says, "Okay, what do you think? Are you going to do this, right?"
Yep, you go first.
All right.
You gotta take the boars by the horn there, Spaz.
Okay.
So he kind of goes over, and he quickly kind of tries to grab onto the boar that's there, grabs him by the horns, as he does, he's able to kind of grab on, and he throws him down to the ground. Very quick as he does it. You see the boar is kind of kicking back and forth as that happens. And the boar tries to actually gore him, and it misses.
And for the second one, he seems to break free, and then he kind of jumps up. He says, I could only hold it 3 seconds.
All right, and as he was doing that, and I subtly cast telekinesis.
All right. So you cast telekinesis?
Yep.
Alrighty. As you do that, that's your action.
Subtly. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was going to do that while he was wrestling with him when he's distracted.
Okay.
So yeah. Oh, you got the dire boar in there. Okay. Like doing my turn.
Sorry. Yep, that looks good. Sorry. And so as you do that, he as he says that, he immediately charges and kind of catches you off balance, to be honest, and is able to do something before you're able to do your thing. And he misses as he tries to bore you. Now it's your turn, Spaz. Okay. All right, sounds good. Alrighty. You want me to roll for him? Oh, it's a strength check, right? Alright, so you do that, and you see that he immediately kind of goes down to the ground. Can you do a sleight of hand for me, too, please? Just to make it look, because I know you're trying to make it look like you grabbed onto him. Alrighty. Alright, so as you do that, you kind of throw him down into the dirt. Obviously, your party would recognize that with their passive perception. That's probably not that you did do that, but the Bicrust doesn't. He's like, "Whoa, look at that!" And as you're holding him down, the dire boar kind of fights against you, trying to kind of reach out towards you. And he misses. Go ahead, and he needs another strength check. Is that right? Alrighty. So he breaks free. All right. All right, so he breaks free, and Bicrust kind of laughs, and he goes, he says, you couldn't hold him any longer than I could. Well, no, we need something different. And he kind of claps his hands a little bit, and you see the boar kind of stops and kind of walks back. He says, let's do a different challenge. He says, he kind of looks and he says, How about we do building jumping? Once I had to leap over 30 feet wide chasm over lava to get that cowardly dragon I talked about. I reckon you probably would have fallen to your death. So. What's that? Am I fading in and out? So he said, he was talking about, he says, I don't think you can jump as far as I can. he kind of looks around, and he sees the deluxery to the south, which is about 3 stories tall, and then the building next to it, immediately to the east, is about nope, I lied. Building across the street is about 2 stories high. And he says, "Let's do it over here. Come on, come up to the roof with me." So he kind of goes and he says to his guys, he says, "You guys, make it like it was when I was jumped at, okay?" And they all nod, and you guys go inside the deluxery. For the rest of the group, you're now standing outside. You see Vijas, the very tall, thin hobgoblin, standing there still petting the bird. You see his other hobgoblins now have sort of grabbed onto his mount and have kind of brought it over as he kind of tried to gore them a couple times. And they get rid of the ring that's there. And Vijas just kind of looks at you all and just sort of stands there, quiet, motionless, kind of watching and seeing what you do. He looks like it. At least he's portraying that part. I think I have a picture. Kind of. It's not a great picture, but there's a picture nonetheless. Kind of see he's got like long, thin, stringy hair. Kind of like Michael Jackson. Right? At least the picture does. Anyway, so you guys are standing there, and then you see that now they take a whole bunch of stuff. They grab like rocks and wood and these trailers. They flip over some trailers and stuff. And in between the building, they put in all these sort of things on the ground. Some of them take their swords and they kind of pop them into the dirt and all these sharp things and whatnot in between the deluxery and this other building across the way. And one of them looks to you and he says, "We simulate lava with this stuff. See? Don't you agree?" "Yeah, add on your weapons too, okay? Everybody, come on, put your stuff down." Spaz, you and him get up to the top of the roof there, and he kind of looks over the edge, and he looks to you and he says, "Now this is a challenge, right?" Well, this is what we do. We're going to jump over this to recreate this, okay? He says, "You go first." Fine. Flip coin. Okay. So as it goes up, he says, "Heads." Alrighty, gotcha. And so you do that, and he says, "Oh, rats, I go first. Okay, all right." So you see him, and he quickly runs, and he jumps, and as he does, his foot slips right on the edge. He goes, "Whoa!" and down he goes. You see him continuing to fall down. Wah! And he ends up taking 9. Depends. Did you put your sword out there? So, see, go ahead and roll me a d4, and if you get a 1, it'll be yours. Oh, you did get a 1. Nice. So if you can apply damage to him, that would be great. You kind of see him fall down, and he kind of impales himself onto Merrick's sword. He goes, "Ah!" Oh. All right. And he looks up and he says, "He tripped me." He says, "Your turn. Come on, let me see." Okay. We're just going to do an athletics. No, you do. So you make a nice jump. You actually look like you would have made it about 2/3 the distance, but magically you telekinesis yourself the rest of the way. So you see, kind of has that angle where he's sort of starting to go down, and then he just sort of scoots over laterally from there, straight across over to the other roof. across this big smile across his face, and suddenly it becomes flat. He looks up and kind of shakes his head as he sees you up there. Kind of looks around and says to his friend something. And as he does, he kind of looks and he says, "See you at the party." Reaches over and takes the bird back away from Vicrus and kind of looks at you all, and all his friends are there, and they slowly start walking back towards the east, kind of looking over their shoulders, and nobody's really saying anything. What's that? Nope. Okay, all right. So you kind of yell out that he's a loser. 20 feet. Okay. All right. All right. How about an acrobatics roll then? Oh, well, the backflip wasn't very stylish, but you got it done nonetheless. And then another one for your roll once you hit the ground. Well, a little unsteady, about a 6 on the 10 scale, but yeah, you do it nonetheless. And as you do that, and Merrick, he hears you yell back, he kind of looks over his shoulder and he gives you that look of death. And he just kind of looks and he mutters something very, very quietly underneath his breath. And he continues to kind of walk away, almost sullen, quiet, angry, but appears defeated as he continues. Alrighty. Yeah, because Merrick was calling him a loser and stuff like that. For the baiting. You see them kind of continue down the road, and as you kind of stand there and watch, you see they progress for quite some time down the street, and eventually it looks like they go into the ogre's hideout. You guys remember you had kind of seen that as you guys just before the playhouse. Okay. So you're going off to look for some clothes, Ren? Okay. All right. Anybody else that needs clothes or wants to go with Ren? Ren, you are on your own. Okay. All right. Sounds good. For the rest of the group, who what is Merrick and Talon? Okay, all right, sounds good. Montague. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. All right. Okay. And then, so from Eric, you head back to the church. As you arrived, Lanthus is there. You see that Lanthus and Snowflake-ish is again kind of working about in the church, and they see you come in, and he says, "Hello." No, I don't think so. He looks to Snowflake. We didn't see any young boys, did we at all? No. Mm-mm. Is he, do you know his name? I can send for his parents. Uh, we'll ask. We'll ask Ren when he comes back, I guess. Come on in, come. Look, see what we've been working on. So you notice that they have replaced the chandeliers in the church, and you see that each chandelier appears to be a vastly different design. So every chandelier is a sort of this different sort of pattern and whatnot. And he's like, "Looks pretty nice, doesn't it?" I'm sure Cord will be happy. I think it looks great. Snowflake helped me pick out a couple of these. I thought so too. Gotta tell you, they're pretty nice. Kind of shakes his head. He says, No, he wouldn't want that. He wants them all different shapes and sizes everywhere. Are you feeling okay? You feel like it. Come over here, pray with me to Cord, and we'll make things better. Yes? And he kind of... Oh, nice. He kind of puts his arm around you, and you guys kind of walk up to the to one of the altar there, and he starts to say some prayers that are familiar to you, nonetheless. So as that occurs, then Talon, you kind of head over to the deluxery. As you're there, you soon probably go inside. You see that it's busy again. It's mid-afternoon now at this point. Okay, and so as you kind of sit there and watch, you do see that this definitely appears to be again the place where there is a lot of money coming in. Most of the rich people are here. You do see that there are some people that appear to be from faraway lands that they're dressed in different customs that you're not used to seeing. Today, though, yeah. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yep, definitely. So you do notice as you're sitting there, people definitely have noticed that you're there. And you do see sort of people whispering back and forth and kind of eyeing you, and you see some curious people kind of coming a little bit closer and kind of almost as if they want to be in your presence, but not too close. And as you're there, you see that there's what appears to be this sort of these large hobgoblins that are sort of standing by the doors, and didn't really remember seeing them before, but there's two of them, and they're one on each side. They're very tall and have broad shoulders that are there, and they seem just to stare off into space. They're not really looking at anything at all. That's something that appears to be new to you, and you do get that smell of almost like you recognize it as an opium or some sort of a drug that kind of wafts throughout the place as you're in there, as the people are kind of milling about. You do see a tall gentleman that you hadn't recognized before, kind of standing in the alcove over talking to someone else, and you notice that he's a very striking human gentleman. Appears to be very rugged, and in your opinion, looks to be someone who has fought either many battles or very experienced with the sword. He's completely bald, has completely shaved his hair. And he has what appears to be two earrings on both ears, and he has sort of a I can't remember, a goatee, sorry. He has a goatee, and it comes down to a very nice point, and he has a kind of a long mustache that kind of wraps around. And he kind of looks over to you and sort of nods to you nonetheless, and he's wearing a cloak. But doesn't really seem, he notices you, but doesn't seem like that engaged with you. Kind of looks away at that. Otherwise, though, you don't see Professor Montague, and you don't see Shag in the deluxe. They do. Yep, bouncers. That's exactly what they look like. Yep. Okay, sounds good. As for the rest of the group that was heading over to the to LaFon's, I think it was, if I remember correctly. Alrighty. So you guys kind of walk in, and Ren, as you do see that there's kind of what you'd seen before. There's very well-dressed sort of attendants and tailors and seamstresses. As soon as you walk in, there's a tiefling that comes over, and she has sort of striking red hair, and on her plate you see that there's glasses of wines that are there, and you see there are little dishes of what looks like little circles, black circles, that look like eggs of sorts that are there. And she sort of says, welcome to LaFon's, and she puts out her hand and offers you one of the glasses there. You're welcome. Please. Do you have an appointment? Yes. Oh. Oh, you are, huh? Okay. I understand. So, so you kind of bring her over to the side, and you start whispering back and forth to her about the price and whatnot. And she says, "Oh, are you sure you don't want the one that's over here? This is a very nice one." Oh, oh, the special one? Uh, er, you see, and she says, "Oh yes, well, of course, and the white will go wonderfully with that purple hat." Ren, as you're kind of looking around and you see that this red-haired tiefling suddenly has just blushed all over as she looks at you as her and Spaz are talking. You see her cheeks are really red, and she says, "He is quite handsome, isn't he?" And she says, "I will talk to the to LaFond and see maybe if that's something we can do." Excellent. And she kind of goes into the back and disappears for a little bit. Ren, as you look around, you see that this definitely is where nobility is at. You know this very well. You recognize that the dress here definitely would stand up in most courts. And you do see that the clothing is quite well put together as you're looking about. She comes out and she says, "I think I have what's ready, Sir Spaz." Oh, excellent. Very good. Okay. So she says, "Please," and she kind of. That's awesome. I love it. So as you kind of go into the back, and the tailor kind of sets you up there, they get you kind of stripped down and are kind of tailoring this this white cloth immediately to you that you see, and it's good. As she does that, she kind of looks to you and she says, "Ah, this looks magnificent, don't you think?" And you see her cheeks are all bright red. And I have a. Give me. What skill would be a good skill for you looking here? Why don't you give me an insight, if you don't mind? Yes, please. It is. All right. So as that happens, you feel that she's generally being truthful, that you look marvelous. But they get you all dressed up, and the tailor just, as you know, that's going on, the tailor says, "I guess you're all set, sir." All right. It does fit over your armor. Well, at least it feels like it does. So, Ren, these are phenomenal clothes. I mean, you've never had anything like this before. And the picture definitely does it justice as that occurred. As you come out, you immediately see that the entire room, as you come through, they immediately sort of look at you, and you all hear them go, "Oh my!" And you can see that people are like shocked with the way that you look. Yeah, kind of like that. And so, and then you kind of hear some whispering back and forth as that occurs. As you're talking to the tailor? The tailor looks to you and he says, "Well, for the special request that you had, that will be 1,000 gold pieces." Excellent, excellent. I have to admit, I didn't think I could pull it off. Ready? So you see Haleth kind of blush, and she runs out the door as well. The tiefling is gone, and Taylor says, if there's anything else I can do, please let me know. You're welcome. So as you guys walk out into the street and immediately start to go, you do hear that there's a lot of general hubbub talking about things that are going on, and you see that there's this probably 60-ish-year-old woman that's on the street, and she sees you coming. She goes like that, and she walks over and she slaps you in the face. She says, "How dare you!" And then she keeps walking down the street. Suddenly you hear people kind of laughing and snickering around you. And Ren, I need a perception check. Yeah. So Ren, you do hear somebody say, "Look, that man's naked." So you guys continue down the street. You continue to have sort of this general hubbub. People seem to part the ways. You do hear, definitely there's people that are sort of talking about it. You do hear some cat calls as you walk by. They typically are from the female variety, but there's occasional males that'll kind of cat call at you as well as you guys walk. I assume you go back to the church? Alrighty, gotcha. Haleth, I assume you're with them still? Gotcha. So Haleth is a good 20, 30 feet in front of you, walking at a brisk pace. You guys are trying to keep up. Finally, as you guys get to the church, you guys open up the door. Haleth, you get in there. You see that Snowflake and is kind of sitting along the side, and you see Merrick and Lanthus is sort of sitting up at the temple or at the there. Okay, all right. So she kind of sits down. You see her put her hands in her face and her head. Just then, you see Spaz and Ren kind of walk into the room. And as they do, you see that yeah. So just yeah, and as that happens, Ren, as you walk in, suddenly quickly you notice that you now are wearing pretty much clothing that is completely see-through and everything's showing. And you immediately recognize that you have been suggested by somebody to think that everything was normal. Nice. Oh, okay. Well, let's see if he burned down the place. I did too, actually. Oh my. Oh, all right. Well, we'll see which one you pick. So that means you do have a wild magic roll. It would, yeah. Well, it would be 10 actually, because I don't think you'd get the double on it. No. Because it's the effect of the table, not your ability. Yep. What? You're gonna take number one? All right. Oh, you took the age one. Okay, all right, sounds good. So roll a d10. You're gonna roll on the table. So the way that rolls is you roll a d10. Your age changes by the number of the roll. If it's odd, you get younger. If it's even, you get older. Most you're gonna age is 10. Yeah. Oh, you're thinking D100? No. Yeah, just a D10. All right. So as Spaz had cast that spell, you guys notice that he appears almost 8 years older than he is. He aged. Yeah, exactly. Alrighty. So Ren, you see that you're wearing an outfit that is see-through completely, with everything showing. And that's where we're at. Okay, gotcha. So you see him kind of put on his other clothes, Spaz, and he starts to walk out the door, muttering something about the store. Okay, gotcha. So you see Ren kind of walks out the door and kind of walks down the street. Sure. Haleth, can you roll an insight check? All right. So, speaking of Talon, so you're sitting in the bar, kind of there. You do see that, just kind of getting the general feel for things. You don't see Montague or Shag, like I said. Suddenly, you see that the gentleman that I described earlier is sort of this dark-skinned man with the nice goatee. And he's kind of dressed in that dark robe that I talked about. Sort of walks over to you and sits down next to you, and he says, "Hello. My name is Captain Vulras. You seem to, from somewhere, I just can't place you." I see. Well, I've traveled some lands. I don't recognize you. Red Hand. Have you battled the Rehu orcs before? I see. I've not been there before. No, I just can't place it. You seem similar to me for some reason, but that's nice to meet you. I assume you're here for the party? Good. Very good. I am too also here for the party. I have not. I received a special invitation. Prince Zeech himself. You have as well, I assume. It's a big smile. He says, "Ah, yes, it is, isn't it? I think that very lucky man to have an invitation. I don't know if I qualify though, but nonetheless, I'm happy." I don't. I was hoping you maybe did. I came over to talk to you. I'm ever so curious about this Harlequin. I don't know what that means. Do you? Yeah. Hopefully that doesn't mean that it's got mortificato in the name. I hope that doesn't mean somebody will die. I like the way I am, yeah? Oh, of course. I mean, Prince Zeech would never do something like that. Right? I didn't mean to imply that. You're right, I wasn't thinking. Says, are you you're a ranger, aren't you? Shocked. I am a ranger too. I'm from the north. As you are. Are you sure you have not been in my band? You look very familiar. Maybe not. I don't know. You would remember, I'm sure. Yeah. Well, staying here at this place, it's not what I'm used to. Right? Yeah, feels enclosed, tight. I wish it was someplace more open, but I don't feel comfortable sleeping outside 8 walls. I've heard bad things. Ah, it's a little bit too ordered for me. It's uncomfortable. I feel stifled. Ah. Oh.
been to Greyhawk before. Interesting city. I agree. Spent some time there. It was enjoyable, but again, I felt too trapped there. I felt that I needed the open air. Decided to leave, but met many fine people there. Don't remember meeting you there though. I just can't place you. I've seen you someplace. I'm not sure where. He is. And I've sort of a roamer, as you can imagine. I've been lots of places. I was in the city of Greyhawk for a while. Of course, I've been up north, in the lands of Red Hand, fighting off these orcs with rangers. And, kind of been out and about and whatnot. I even have been out to places called Gnarly Forest, if you've ever heard of it. Think so. Doesn't sound familiar to you. So that would probably be a little bit in the southwest area. You've probably heard the name itself, but never really traveled there before. Ah, I see. To be honest, the south is okay. I think the north is better. It's cooler, not as hot. But anyways, I'd like to buy you that drink. Is that okay? And he throws down a couple coins. The coins he throws down, you notice, do not have Prince Zeech's symbol on them. He puts them down on the table and looks at the bartender. He says, 2 drinks, one that he's having, and get him another one. I'll have that one, and yeah, you know what I mean. Just, please, 2 drinks, just like he's having, please. And so he kind of grabs a drink afterwards and kind of tips the glass to you, and he says, "Nice to meet a fellow ranger in such a orderly place." And then, as you're kind of sitting there, kind of thinking about this, you sort of get these memories that you did hear something about Gnarly Forest, and you kind of put it together that it was some discussion from Haleth in the beginning of you guys were working. Really? Just that now recognize that she had mentioned something about that in the past. You guys continue to kind of sit there and kind of have small chat. He talks to you about really these the battles with the orcs and trying to push these orcs back, and they were invading some of the local villages, and talks really about kind of his band of rangers that he works with. You can tell really from the description that he gives that he really is sort of passionate about the people that he works with, rangers, and calls them by their first name, and kind of talks about these stories about kind of the adventures against these. You were checking for something there, Talon, I assume? Yeah. He does. I mean, the stories are very consistent with what you would expect. It sounds like he's been a ranger pretty much all his life, and has done these sort of things for a very, very long time. Pretty much grew up as a ranger, has really lived out into the woods. He knows woodscraftsmen, it talks about tactics that are very typical that you would expect to hear from a ranger. He also seems to have some honor and nobility when it comes to animals and not hunting for sport and really kind of hunting off the land. He does. He seems like he's got strong core values and really has some kindness in his voice. He kind of looks to you and he says, "I never could live in a city. Could you?" Yes, I agree. I think that amazing. And I have to be honest with you. I also never could do anything ill will to anybody. Don't have it in my heart. No, treachery. I just can't get over people pickpocket and take from the people. It's just terrible. Just terrible. But agreed. You don't see animals stealing from animals. They fight for things, as we do as well, right? The band is here, of course, and they're about. Some of them are actually from Alhaster, so they're with their families and things. However, it's just me coming to the party. I assume just you as well. I don't know him personally. I think the word had come out about my endeavors against the orcs, and that's how I got the invitation. It was given to me by a chap that I had met before from the town here, Sir Killraven. I don't know if you've met him before. I don't think I don't think so either. You may have heard something about Killraven's Manor, which is kind of up to the north from the priest. But otherwise, I don't think you've definitely not run into him before. And he says to you, as he can see that you kind of have that kind of not blank look, but really don't know what it is. He says, "Captain of the West Border Watch? Oh." Well, maybe you haven't met him. He has lived here for many, many years. I think he was born here. He has a manor here. He is the captain of the watch. Has served for Prince Zeech for, 19 years or so, and kind of took over after his father had died of the Red Death. Bad, terrible, terrible thing that went through the area back then. He's an honorable man. He does do the right thing. I've served with him on consultation skirmishes in the past. He seemed a solid fellow and must have thought the same of me as he gave me an invitation. I appreciate that. Agree. For you as well. How did you get your invitation? Montague? Uh-huh. Ah, I see, I see. I have to tell you, I'm surprised. Have you seen Oric and Kellic here? They won the games last year. I figured they would be here. Uh, Dishonorable man, isn't he? Well, Oric didn't seem like the brightest man on the battlefield. I'm not surprised. Kellic, however, seemed like a good folk, but you never know, do you? Could be the end of the games, I suppose. Well, to Auric, he lifts up his glass. Alrighty. Kind of sets the glass down, takes a drink, and just sort of sits there in sort of thought for. No, only seen them at the games when I was there. Kind of finishes his drink, and he looks to you and he says, "Good meeting you. I don't think I know your name." Alan Gravewind. Pleasure. He puts out his hand. Yes, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow night. Excellent. As if you don't mind, excuse me, I need to stretch my legs, go down to the docks, maybe get in, take in some fresh air. It's so stuffy and stinky in here. You too. And he kind of stands up and kind of walks to the door, and as he does, he kind of looks back to you and nods and walks out the door, and you immediately see him kind of turn off to the right and go. So, Ren, you head back to the Lafons. Alrighty. As you change? Oh, okay, gotcha. Just checking. Just want to make sure. So you walk in, and as you do, you see the tiefling girl is there, and she sees you open the door, and immediately her cheeks turn bright red, and she says, "Hello, you have returned." I have to be honest, that one looked pretty good. It does indeed. 1 second, please. And she kind of goes back, and the tailor comes out, and he says, "You did not like my clothing?" Oh, I see. And what can I fit you with? Nice. Okay. Alrighty. I can help you with a lot of that. However, Lafon's style is white. It's very well known throughout the area. I'm not sure Lafon will be very comfortable with the purple. Now, I hate to say this, but could go to, and he kind of whispers, to Lextras Badur. They like purple. They have some very nice stuff for you. Maybe to something to put over this? Oh. It's not Lafon's, of course, but yes, it is pretty high-end. He kind of points you and he says to go down the street, you can't miss it. Alrighty. So you kind of see this nice little store there, and it looks like it's all women's clothing on the outside, and it says Lustra's Boudoir. Alrighty. You see this old prudish woman that's there, and kind of looks to you and she says, "Oh, good God, what are you wearing?" Oh. My son, what you are wearing, military style, is so last year. I mean, that's last season. Please, come in. I will show you what they're wearing in the city of Greyhawk now. Good God. Jeez. She comes in and she says, let me see. Are you sure? Green looks more your color. Fine, she says. Come here. And she kind of does that, and she says, Your build is fine. I think you have broad shoulders, but do you really think you can wear my clothing? Well, I mean, you must be somebody of nobility or something that's very important. I have to be honest, I've not seen you before. Your surname again? Go ahead and give me a persuasion. Ah, yes, Sir Nighttomb. I've heard of your family. Of course. Please, come in. And she takes the next 2 hours sort of
getting sort of some garb that you described, and she kind of trims this up and she says, "Oh, you want to put this purple here," and she's kind of pointing out a lot of things, whatnot to you. All right. So for the rest of the group, you all are sitting in the church, except for Talon, obviously. Alrighty. Hour goes by or so, and Ren has not returned, nor has Talon. Just kind of hanging out, waiting for everybody to come back. Yeah. Oh. How about that? Okay, alright, gotcha. So, refresh my memory on telepathic bond, because it's been a while. Oh, okay, cool. Excellent. So you go ahead and you try the telepathic bond. So you try to talk to them through telepathy. Alrighty, gotcha. And anything in particular you'd like to say to them? You say that out loud, Spaz? Yeah. Alright, so he says yes out loud. Oh, right. Yeah, I gotcha. So you try it towards Snowflake, and what would you tell Snowflake? And kind of a period of time goes by, and you see Snowflake's just kind of doing what he's doing over there. Sure. Gotcha. So you try, and Merrick doesn't hear. You see Lanthus is over there, and he's still working on what looks like rearranging the altar, but then he like leaves it half done, and he goes works on something else, and things are just like scattered all over. Ren, after a period of time, a couple hours goes by, you are able to have your complete clothing, and she looks and she says, "Ah, that looks beautiful. Don't you agree?" Tell you. Um, I will tell you what. I know the Night Tomb family. I remember I took care of your grandmother, I think, way back when. So I will. 800 gold will be the charge. Oh, wow. She kind of smiles and she nods and she says, "Ah, just as I remember from the Night Tomb family. Thank you." He says, "Are you looking for a little extra jewelry or something nice to wear?" It looks very good. Says, "Please come back." Yeah. Oh, and do me a favor. Tell all your friends. Lafon's no good. Their clothing falls apart. Yeah, garbage. Anyways, nice to meet you. Okay, sounds good. So you kind of head back through the streets. Again, you have people gawking at you. You obviously, this time though, it's not because you're naked. This time you hear people kind of talking about, the dress, and you see people move out of your way, treating you as if you're somebody of great importance as you're pimping through. There you go. All right. So you guys see Ren walks in a couple hours later into the church, and he's dressed up in all his duds. Okay, sounds good. So you're finishing up the altar? All right. What was that, Snowflake? I'm sorry. So as you see now, Merrick is kind of tidying up the altar and putting things into position, and see Lantis has now moved along and now is draping what looks like banners or streamers, and they're at various lengths and whatnot around the window. He's singing songs as he's doing. So you guys are all kind of together there. Talon again is still at the Deluxery. However, this is not uncommon, as Talon has done this many times throughout the campaign, where he's been kind of at another place while you guys have been together. It's becoming evening at this point. The sun is setting. There is a bit of rain that is now kind of pitter-pattering across the windows outside here, and a little bit of thunder kind of off in the distance. The banquet is tomorrow. Then have everybody at the church make a perception. Alrighty. So as you guys are kind of milling about and doing the things that you are, all of you notice that Snowflake's appearance is becoming more and more transparent. You now can actually see through his face, and you can see the back part of his robe that he has on that was put it on yesterday, but and you can see he almost looks as if he's like half there now, as opposed to before where he looked to be pretty solid at the less solid. Looks more transparent. Even as he talks, you see that he does seem to get more and more sort of transparent as time goes by. So Lanthus is busy. You kind of hear him singing over on the side, and yeah, huh? Hello? It's beautiful, isn't it? And he looks up to the ceiling. He's like, "This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." Oh, drunk with cord. Oh, sure. He kind of comes over. He goes, "Whoa!" Looks at him. He says, "He's almost gone." Ah, cord is taking him. He finally has accepted Snowflake into his arms. God rest Snowflake. Yeah? No? He looks at Haleth. Huh? Well, of course. I mean, he has to go home, doesn't he? I mean, he's a ghost. Isn't that what we want? We don't want to be floating around out in the real world. We want to live in paradise. Oh? Maybe. Let me see. And he kind of starts to go through his spell book. Let me see. Not spell book. Scrolls. He's kind of paging through scrolls. He said, right. Work. Agent, nope. Death word, nope. Gentle repose? And he says, I'll use that. Hang on. And so you see him kind of go over, and he starts to takes a pinch of salt and a little copper piece too, and he tries to place them on Snowflake's eyes, and as he does, they just kind of fall down. He goes, "Oh, he's not live." You guys, he says, "I don't know. Any ideas?" Oh, I don't think he's cursed. I think he's going to his god, don't you? Maybe. Suddenly you see the image of it finally just sort of kind of disappears, and as it does, the cloak starts to settle, and you see it kind of falling as it does. And immediately you see that there's suddenly sort of kind of a flash of a light that's there. And as that occurs, you see an older gentleman that appears, standing there with another gentleman right next to him that looks exactly like him, but is half as tall. Half as tall. Oh, sorry, same height. I thought you said half as tall. Sorry. Same height. A little older looking. Half as beefy. Thinner. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, there you go. I'll let him describe it. As you would recognize. Lanthus. Lanthus just shakes his head. He says,
I don't have another bed, though. I have a sore back in the morning. Then he looks at you guys. He says, you know these people?
as he points to Snowflake and Snowflake Hal. Says, you want me to call the, yeah, no. Says, I'm confused. You were a ghost, I think. Yeah? Oh? Oh. Let's see. So, need like rations and do you need like clothing? I mean, you got this, but you bring anything with you? Oh. Well, if you need robes, I have robes. Sure. Lanthus kind of looks around. He says, guys are odd group. A lot of things happen with you around. More excitement I've had in 20 years. It's a big grin. It is. I like it. I'm going to bed, though. Good night. He quickly turns on his feet and turns and walks back to his room. Okay. So as you do with the rata collapsing, you poke at him, and he's actual human being. You push on him, and there's resistance, and you see it push the cloak in, and he even kind of winces a little bit as that happens. The second one. Yes. So you can tell that the Hal one looks thinner than him. So if you can think of him like being more cachectic, peering, his face is sunken in, as opposed to Snowflake, where it's not looks like. Is that right, Snowflake? Okay. Yeah. A little bit thinner, I guess, would be. I'm not sure exactly how to think of it. They're supposed to be, I think, exact copies. Yeah, if you want to mark them, you can. Okay. No, no, I know you're not. So you see Haleth kind of nods, and she goes, "Okay," and right. All right, sounds good. Okay. Yep. Sure. All right, sounds good. Ooh. Sounds good. All right. Yep. All right. Yeah, exactly. Anything else before the end of the night? All right. Okay. So, Talon, you continue to kind of hang out at the Deluxery. As you're there, you do see a lot of people kind of coming and going. Nobody really strikes your interest at all. About maybe 10 o'clock or so at night, we're pretty late, just about when you're about ready to turn in, you see that Shag sort of stumbles in, Shag Solomon, and he looks like he's obviously pretty intoxicated and kind of walks over and plops down into the chair. He looks over, he says, "Bartender, give me a drink." Starts to pull out the pipe and tries to light it and has difficulty. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Goran, right? Goran, good to meet you again. Thanks, my friend. Oh, yes, that's right. Talon. That's good. I got you. Okay. All right. Boy, what a night. Oh, man. Not sure I can say it in the company of the people around here. Right? You know what I mean? Oh, just, things that I would be maybe not interested. And I forget, did we meet, where did we meet? I think you had met them in Greyhawk as well. They were there for a short period. You had seen them, I think, in Diamond Lake too. And then obviously here last night. Yep. What's that place? In Montague, I met him there, that bastard. Do you know what he tried to do? Did you hear? He tried to sell me. Can you believe that? Me, a nobleman. He tried to sell me. Oh, is any price good for me? Not flattered or I was insulted. I thought we were friends. He told me, "Come to Alhaster, nice place to live. Prince Zeech is a great person." And he tried to sell me to him. Bastard. Yeah, Zeech, of all people. Because he likes... Oh, this was when we came a few weeks ago. I mean, we're better now. I mean, we've made up and stuff, and, you know, he made it up to me, but can you imagine? Maybe. Maybe, but I gotta tell you what, finally he made up by getting me this ticket to the party tomorrow. I can't wait. It's gonna be fun. Oh no, I'm interested myself. Sounds like a great time. Think it's a good way to hobnob with the people of Alhaster, don't you? Yeah. I tell ya, this is a big upcoming city. I am pretty impressed. Much better than Diamond Lake, that's for sure. God awful. Wandered into that city to see Zalamara, who's a great lady, I tell you. I like her a lot, but... Oh. It's a shame, isn't it? And he starts to tears you see kind of dripping down the fur on his face, and he's like, I miss that place.
I like this place, but I miss that place. I miss everything about it.
You're right. You're right. I agree. You coming up with me? Oh, I thought that was an invitation. I'm so sorry. That came across wrong, didn't it? Oh, oh, okay.
And you see him kind of get up, and he sort of stumbles out of the chair and walks over to the bar and puts his big furry arm around another gentleman that's sitting there, and he says,
Come on, you're coming with me.
and the guy kind of looks at him like, what in the hell? He's like, nope, and continues to stagger off, putting his arms around people. Sounds good. Yeah, I bet. So you head up to your room, and don't really see anybody else on the way up there necessarily, and obviously up. All right, so put in a long rest for everybody. Let's go ahead and take a quick break here, and then we'll catch up in about 5 minutes. Okay. So you guys wake up in the morning. It's still storming, however, it does seem to now be kind of passing. It is raining a bit. If there's anything that you want to attune to throughout the night, you can do that, or if you want to change anything at the... I'm not sure. Click on that. Talon, you wake up in the morning, whatever time you would typically get up, and what would you like to do? Okay. You head down. You see that the place appears to be fairly busy, but you hear a lot of discussion about today's the day, and I can't wait to see the parades and all the music, and just the general talk about Prince Zeech being the greatest thing since sliced bread, essentially, and everybody is really kind of talking it up for the day. I gotcha. Why don't you give me an insight check? They seem very enamored. Everybody thinks he's the best thing ever. In the distance, you hear some trumpets that are sounding off in the distance, and you hear some drums that are playing and horns almost kind of calling things in. For the rest of the party, you guys wake up to the sound of the bell on Cord's Tower being rung, and sort of in this cacophony of hearing other sounds throughout the area. Sure. I don't know. Maybe. 12 hours, you need a bunch of snow, I think. You need some clippings of your hair or nails or something. Yes. I'll look into it and see. I'm not sure the answer, to be honest. Yep, I know it is. So the rest of you wake up as well at the church. You do see that Lanthus is ringing the bell to the church itself, trying to be in coordination with everybody else. At the evening, I think it's on the invitation. Is there anything you guys would like to do throughout the day today while you're waiting for this event, or? Oh, right, you did want to go. Missed that. I forgot about that. Checking to see. Oh, that was, gotcha. So why don't you give me an investigation roll, Spaz, to see if you can figure out where you could buy those. Spaz is gone all day. Looking forever. Oh, okay. Okay. So, Spaz, you walk out of the church and you kind of wander out to the main road, and as you do, you look at this stone building that you've seen many times. It's kind of sort of kitty corner from the deluxery, and it looks like a bunker. There's no windows. There's a single iron door. There's even a small guard post atop of the actual door there that looks down, and you see that there's a one of the blessed angels is kind of sitting up there, kind of looking down. And it appears that this is a magical shop, Iomandi's Wonders. All right, so as you knock, you hear somebody yell, "Go away!" "I don't know him, it's me. Go away!" She opens up the door. She says, "Who are you?" You see this very short human woman. She appears to be in her 20s, late 20s. She sounds much older than that. And she has this scowl, this perpetual scowl on her face. And you can see kind of wrinkle lines right around her eyes that kind of go to that. And so it sort of makes this sort of weird picture where you see somebody that looks really old with the wrinkles and everything, but she's actually very young. And she looks at you and she says, "Who are you?" "I don't know you." "I don't want to know you." "Not sure I do." "Where are you from?" "What spells you cast?" "Give me a demonstration." "Ah." "You need to prove your worth." "Okay." All right, so you kind of cast past wall, and as you do, I can't remember what we decided on the D6, but as you do, you see that opens up, and she looks at you and she says, "Nice staff. Nice robes." "Fine, come in."
You said your name's Spaz? Hi, Amandi. Nice to meet you. Paints. What kind? Okay. Pretty expensive. Only have one set. Come here. He opens up a box and pulls out the top drawer, which has all the fish and little rabbit, and pulls it out and says, "See? How's this? Look good?" Yeah, they do. Okay, expensive. You got lots of coin? Let me. Says 25,000 gold pieces. I doubt you have that much. You don't have that much. She slams the lid shut. Sorry, no go. What? What? Trade? Got a lot of stuff in here. Look around. She does have a pretty well stocked magic shop. I do. A lot of things I already have. Needs to be something rare. Said, I have a wand of lightning bolts. I need something better. Oh, I do. Come on, don't be a cheapskate. Need something really, really rare. Something nobody else has. Says, here, just dump it all out and let me look. Dump out everything. Anything you don't dump out. Okay, no problem. Okay, everything else though? Okay, gotcha. So you dump everything out, and she kind of pages through them and looks and whatnot, and she's like, a lot of this is junk. You know that, don't you? Why do you keep all this stuff? It looks like junk. So are we talking like a straight trade, or are you going to give me coin and a trade? What's your plan? Hmm, 25,000. That's cheap. He says, don't think so. Let me see. Fine. 10,000. That's it. No cheaper. You're ripping me off. Fine, I'll take it. Take the wand. Thank you. Gold? Alright. So she hands over the box to you. Says, you're lucky. You come back, I'm not going to be so generous. Alright, how would you like to inspect it? Sure. Yep, she is truthful.
That sounds good. It looks completely legit. Alrighty, sounds good. Alright, so I put it... Yes, please. And I put it in your inventory. Anything else that anybody else would like to do? Okay. What would you like to talk to Lantis about, Merrick? Sure. Yeah, you kind of hear him kind of ringing the bells. As he's doing that, he looks to you and he says, like, I have no idea what they mean. Like, but if I don't ring this bell, come and attack me, I'm sure. Oh, this is for the party. I was told that we have to ring this bell all day. Like, I'm hoping some of my, well, it's to celebrate the good Prince Zeech, right? He spits on the... I mean, it's gonna be noisy all throughout the city. I'm not sure where you're gonna go. Like, I don't know anything about the party, though. I have no clue what any of that stuff means. Nothing good, I'm sure. You sure you want to go? Every church? Yep. Probably true. Probably true. Oh, yeah, the one on the far side of town. Yeah, that's probably a good place. Yeah. They had a trouble. Not sure you guys can do that, but... Right. Okay, sounds good. So as you go to get up and kind of walk out, you see the snowflake little action figure all of a sudden animates and kind of walks behind you and starts sweeping the floor, or making a sweeping movement after each footstep. It is. Alrighty. She picks it up and drops it in and seals the top of the bag of holding, and then as you go and kind of wander through, you do find that the best perch probably is sitting on top of the Cathedral of Hexter. And you can easily scale the walls there, and you see that this church looks really, really nice. And you see that the cleric, the high priest, Spattlepate, is outside kind of speaking to his followers, and there's a large mass of people that are outside. And they seem to be focused on him, and it's very easy for you to kind of scuttle up the side of the wall there. Yeah. Yep. I was going to actually put you, or have you, assume, probably like right there. All right, gotcha. So you're kind of sitting up there. There's definitely some gargoyles that are there, gargoyle rocks, I should say, that look like gargoyles. and you're able to kind of sit behind one of those, and nobody can really see you any the better. Gotcha. And all right, so Haleth kind of wanders out and disappears. The rest of the group, anything else? I know, Merrick, you're going to the other side of town. Okay. How about okay, so Snowflake and does your Hal come with you? Okay, gotcha. You see Hal trying to hang up things and things with how about you, Ren? Okay, sounds great. Talon? Oh. Okay, sounds good. How about for you, Talon? What are you going to be doing today? Anything in particular? Okay, gotcha. So you also find a pretty good spot to sit, not anywhere near anybody else, obviously, but or like Haleth per se, but you do find a good place to perch up and watch as well. You could. Okay. Alrighty, and then anybody else that I didn't call out that I was wondering what they were doing? So Snowflake, and Ren and Merrick, you guys head down to the other end of the town. The bells and stuff don't sound quite as loud down here. However, you do see there are people sort of wearing kind of clothing that looks like Prince Zeech, at least on the statues. You see the kids running around with swords and pretending that they're Prince Zeech, and they're fighting invisible creatures and things of the sort as you're wandering down the streets there. You finally get to the tavern. The tavern is pretty empty, actually. That's one of the few times that you've walked by that there's not been anybody there. And you don't see anybody that you recognize from your previous visit to there. You do see Telgrith is there, and he looks at you and he says, you're not taking in any excitement today? American Ren. Like, sounds good. Pull up a seat. Oh, that's all right, no worries. I agree. But yeah, have a seat and enjoy the day. You guys kind of sit there. You do see again throughout the day, there's really not a whole lot of activity in the tavern. It's pretty quiet. A few people kind of wander in or come down from the rooms from above and kind of wander about the city and whatnot. As for Haleth and Talon, you do see that there's a parade of what looks like peasants and whatnots, or people, guilds folk and things, bringing in food and things that are kind of coming through the front gate. You do see at the front gate there are hobgoblin guards there that are sort of checking people to see kind of who's coming and going. Looking over the fence, you see that there's a bustling of activity of what looks like maybe decorations and things being put out, but it's difficult to really see. You don't see anybody that matches the description of Prince Zeech. You don't see anybody that matches the description of Lashana that are kind of walking through here. And you don't see anybody of nobility or anybody of significant importance entering in through the gate. Yeah, there is. Okay. Okay. Sure. So, yep. So you see her kind of jump down, Talon. Pretty obvious to you, not to anybody else. And you see her kind of look in your general direction, and she throws one of her numerous signs that she throws typically. Not that you guys can see. Okay. Okay, gotcha. So as you guys come up to the gate, Haleth, with this group seems to be carrying what looks like supplies of cutlery and things like that that seem to be brought in from the docks. And they kind of come up to the gate. And as you get to the gate, you find out that the guards are not the hobgoblins that you've seen. These are actually human guards that are standing there. And one of them looks over to the other one. He says, "What do you got bringing in?" And they look back and say, "We have the silverware and the plates." And he's like, "Okay." And he kind of goes down the list and looks, and he says, "Just set it inside the gate. The rest of the group will take it." So you see them kind of take the box and they start to walk it through the gate there. Haleth, I assume you're going in with them? All right, gotcha. So as you kind of walk inside, then of course, Talon, your group is the next group behind hers. And yours seems to be carrying what looks... Pizzas, yes, pizzas, right. So the guard's like, "Oh, we'll keep that." So Haleth, as you walk in, you see that they're stacking them up along kind of this road that kind of winds up to the top. And along there, as you kind of set it down, you see there's this big hulking sort of creature, not quite as big as a giant, but definitely taller than a human, maybe a large Goliath. But it's covered in a cloak that completely covers everything, and it has these large gloves that it's wearing, so you can't tell what it is. It sort of lumbers over and kind of picks up this box all by itself. It slowly starts to lumber back up towards the building with it. And you see it kind of turns, the cloaked head turns its way, but its head's down, so it can't see you. You hear a noise underneath. It sounds a little bit like a... And it just turns around and keeps walking up. And then one of the peasants that's with you says, "What do you... Why would you do that? Quick, come on." See, she's indicating for you to leave the palace. There's a tree there that you could try to duck behind. All right. So you quickly kind of duck behind the tree there. See the rest of the people kind of walk out. Talon, your group, same thing kind of happens, and you're kind of let in, and they kind of point you to the opposite side of the road and say, "Just set it down there, and we'll take care of it from there." And you see they set it down, and as they do, there's another creature that comes down, and or humanoid, if you want to think of it. Similar description that I described there, but this one seems to have 4 legs, almost like a horse, but with 2 arms coming out of the front, and it kind of walks down and has this horse thing, and you see these arms come out, and it kind of grabs on and pulls it close. Then it kind of turns around and starts going up towards the house. You could try, sure. So why don't you do a perception roll for me, and we'll see if we can... Yeah, so as you peer down and look, you see what looks like a half horse head and a half human head. They're kind of like mixed together. Yeah. And it slowly starts moving up carrying this body. Yep. Okay, sounds good. Go ahead and stealth roll 2 if you don't. Just to hide you casting the spell. That sounds great. So as that occurs, you're able to cast that spell and you are now invisible. What would you two like to do? Yeah, they're bringing it, yep, into that building right there. Okay. Sure. So you kind of move through the woods and the trees and things like that. Talon, with your invisibility, what would you like to do? Oh, okay. Gotcha. So you obviously have the invisibility to be able to get into the larger tree growth that's there, and then you are able to finally get in there after a period of time and are within the woods, and then the spell wears off. You do see Haleth kind of sneaking through as well. As you guys continue to kind of move through the trees and whatnot, you do see that the palace appears, relatively speaking, like any other palace that you would see. It's very gaudy in nature, and obviously shows off that there's a lot of money and whatnot that's here. You do see that there's lots of beautiful orchards, as well as orchids, and you do see that there's these very interesting trees that are sort of carved into certain sort of creatures and things, topiaries. And they're carved into to creatures that you've probably seen before out in the wild. Some of them are, birds and normal sort of beasts of burden, and other are sort of monsters, if you want to think of them as that. So you do see that there's a lot of this sort of things that are out here. There's some small waterfalls and ponds, and each garden is kind of sort of into its own little sort of design, if you can say that. Oh. Oh. So there is some windows and things that are on this side that are here. So if you wanted to, you could probably peek through one of the windows or try to open up the window to take a look and see. The main door is on the front, though. You don't see any doors along the back. Okay. So you kind of scale up the side of the building, kind of looking over the area, I assume. Is that kind of what your thoughts were? Okay. So you kind of scale up and take a look. You do see that there are various humanoid creatures that are fully cloaked in these long cloaks, moving about, taking things that are moving into the castle, and after being unboxed and carrying plates of sort. Also see a gentleman that really sort of stands out to you and seems to be almost directing things for this. And you see it looks like a kind of a small humanoid, if you want to think of like a gnome or a dwarven sort of size. And you can see him kind of walking about, and as he does, he sort of carries this like a wrapped, like a kind of like a bird, I guess, a bird that's wrapped or mummified. And you can kind of hear him sort of yelling out from time to time, where he's sort of directing. He's wearing a large hat that looks like kind of like a pirate hat. He has a very big bulbous nose, and has kind of a scraggly beard and pointed, almost elf-like ears, but he doesn't look like an elf. And you can see he's kind of directing everything. About 2.5 feet high. Kind of hear him yelling at things like, "Take that over there. Take that over there. Put that. No, don't pick that." And you kind of hear him kind of directing and whatnot. Seems to be kind of running it. No. Okay. Alrighty. So we kind of drop down and see Talon's kind of sitting on the edge of the building, sort of scouting to make sure that it's right. Yep, sure can. I would say it's probably noonish, afternoonish, early afternoon. The walls are 30 feet tall. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Gotcha. So he kind of throws it up there, and you see the rope descend just like it always does, that you've seen before, and scamper up into it, I assume. Okay. So both of you scamper up into it. As you're scampering up, looking around, a quick survey as you're looking, you don't see that anybody's none the wiser to you doing that. And on the other side of the wall, you just see there's just some peasants that are kind of walking by, and as you scamper up, they're kind of staring at the rope and looking at both of you. Alrighty, sounds good. I wouldn't even make you do an attack roll. They're just kind of looking at you. No, they're on the street side. Okay. You kind of drop down, and as you drop down, their eyes literally follow you down, and one of them just kind of opens their mouth. See the male of the group. You assume it's husband and wife. He's just kind of looking at you, and the wife kind of elbows him, and he nods his head, and she nods her head. Okay. Sounds good. Which silver pieces do you? Okay, gotcha. So they take the coins and they put it in their pocket and start to walk away. And they kind of walk backwards a little bit. And as they turn around, you hear her say, "You're supposed to be looking at things? What are you doing?" And then you see her kind of hit him up beside the head. They quickly kind of run down the street towards the cemetery. Yep, you are. Yeah, the cemetery is up the road, heading to the north. You're near the Watcher's compound. You're actually on the opposite side. But they appear that there's nobody outside there of the Watcher's compound. That's where the guards all are at. They appear to be busy dealing with all the stuff in the city at this. Right? Yeah. We just, yeah, we has, we just, however, yep. It is. You know that they were in Diamond Lake. They used to tend to the graveyard out there. So you'd have recognized them. They were the ones who were kind of cleaning it all the time and making flowers around there and things. They do have a an affinity to protect the dead. That's there. They're not necessarily trippers of As you guys start to head back, you now see that the streets have really sort of filled up with the citizenry here in town, and you see everybody as they're smiling and they're happy and they're cheering. You do see that songs are being sung about the mercy of Zeech and how the city's so much better now that he's here. You even see people holding up their babies up to the air, facing towards the west, towards the capital or the palace itself, and people are just appear to be generally having just a grand old time. Alrighty. So you guys are heading all the way over to the other area. I'm sorry, I missed that. I didn't hear where you're going. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Talon, as she kind of points out little subtle things that you see, you do see that there are definitely these unmistakable traces of sort of sadness, despair, hopelessness in these people's faces. It does look similar to what she's described as this facade of happiness throughout the city, but as things are being pointed out and you see little subtle things, it does look like the general populace is not well kept, just like you thought, right? And things are just things are out of sorts here. Right, or it's so bad that they're kind of in this oppressive sort of exactly like North Korea. That is an excellent analogy to exactly like North Korea. My computer won't work for the next 3 years. Thanks, Brian. Right? So you guys continue to move kind of down the street. As you get farther away from the palace, there's still the general hubbub and cheer and whatnot, but you do see that most of the populace has moved down to the other end of the city. This end of the city, you do see there's more guards and things of sorts as you're walking through the streets. Eventually, you do meet up with the group at the Angry Rifter Tavern. I don't know, were you guys drinking while you were there? Oh, okay, gotcha. You're gonna be soused by the time nighttime comes. All right, gotcha. Oh, I apologize. I misunderstood. So you guys do go to the church. I misunderstood. I'm sorry. So for the rest of the group, unless you had other plans or thoughts or anything else that you'd like to do while waiting for the time. Okay. You guys gonna go out and look? It's fast. That was fast. You were outside doing that, I assume? Okay. All right. So you guys do come out of the tavern, I assume? As you do, you see Spaz is now standing there, and he's closing a lid on a new box that you've not seen before, and he's standing in front of a rickshaw. You left Hal at the church. Snowflake starts walking away. Wow. It doesn't, you're right. Um, you see 7 people come running over. See 7 people run over. They're all like, I'll do it, I'll do it. Oh yeah, lots of takers. All right. So you guys kind of see, they've kind of pull them along and, yep. Sorry, I was muted, but that's even better, actually. So, yeah, so you see Spaz starts to pull his own rickshaw. All right. You guys continue down the street. As you do, you see people kind of moving out of the way as Spaz is pulling this and the 2 guards, and you hear some people saying, "Must be one of the people going to the party. You can't even see them; they're invisible." You guys are able to finally get through the city streets and return back to the church. Uh, okay. All right, sounds good. So you start changing. Talon, when you entered into the church with Haleth, you saw the Hal or the duplicate of Snowflake in there helping out. Alrighty, and so you kind of see them helping out and whatnot, and then shortly after a period of time, then you see Snowflake walks in as well as the rest of the group. Baz is He looks. Yeah, he looks like the other guy. Yeah. Well, I forget. What does he look like, Snowflake? There you go. All right. All right. Sounds good. So, Helen seems not scared of you, but sort of, yeah, put off, I guess. Everything's back to normal. Just using it. All right, so Merrick, you go ahead and put your swords away at the altar. It does have a pocket. Alrighty, sounds good. So you kind of put your ticket in your pocket. All right. But for the rest of you, he looks at you and he says, "Okay, I can do that, I guess." Says, "How much are you paying?" Okay. He calls a couple of the priests over and he says, "Can you guys pull this guy's whatever this thing is called a rick something or another?" They said, "Sure." And so, yep, you have somebody now. All right, gotcha. Not just yet. Yep. It was about. Yeah, it's up to you guys. I was figuring it was about 3 hours before the event, so because that's when Merrick said he wanted to be back. How else is everybody else going to be dressed? Hmm? Right, because you got shoes, I think. Right, alrighty. So you transfer that over in dress that you saw there, so you look very nice. Is there anything that you're taking with you? Okay, alrighty. So you have your bag of holding. How about everybody else? Right. After midnight, of course. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, Spaz. I appreciate that. And then for Snowflake, Spaz, and I think Talon are the only ones that I don't know how you're dressed. I was just curious what. Oh, that's right. You have fancy duds. Yep. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Gotcha. Alrighty. Okay. I gotcha. Alrighty. All right. Alrighty. So I just want to make sure. So for weapons, pretty much either they're in bags of holding or they're disguised as walking sticks and sort. Except for Merrick. Merrick left his at the church. Okay. Gotcha. That is not worshipped openly. Hexter is really the temple of choice here. Ouijas has a temple. St. Cuthbert used to, but it's burnt down. And then you have the Church of about it. Oh, Vecna dagger? Oh, that's right. I forgot you had that. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Uh-huh. Oh, I remember that. Hmm? So, there probably is some markings that are on there. However, knowing the Ebon Triad and how the Ebon Triad was treated here, hard to say because Hexter was part of that Ebon Triad, how they would be. But on the same token, Hextor's fine, so maybe Vecna is. It's hard to say. You haven't seen anything from Ethereal or Vecna here in the city, though. Just Hexter's. Okay, all right, sounds good. Okay, I got your hair. So you get your hair up looking nice and everything. Okay, good. All right, so you guys are all looking pretty good. Snowflake, he did clean up your clear robes to look like robes. The dirt is cleaned off of them. All right, and then you guys said you were heading to the Deluxery. Is that where you're? Yep. Meet up. All right. So as you guys all get to the Deluxery, you do see that now outside, you do see that Professor Montague is standing out there as well as Shag, and they're standing next to each other. Solomon. Talon, you do recognize that Shag now is cleaned up. He's dressed very nicely. They're all in very nice, noble type clothes that are there. Professor Montague sort of waves. Hello, hello. You're waiting for your carriage too? It's so exciting. I'm super excited. It'd be great. And then as you kind of stand outside, you see that they're standing out there. There's definitely people that are crowded around, kind of peasants and things that are sort of watching what's going on, sort of kind of waiting to see what's happening. You don't see anybody else that you've really recognized throughout the town, though, at this point. Yeah. You're talking about in the jungle before you got to the city itself? Oh, yes, yes. So you saw people that were almost like in a, if you want to think of like a gentle repose, that were standing upright. In that one room, you're talking about that room where there was 50 people standing in there, dead corpses. Yeah, so they were like almost like in a gentle repose where they were dead but not decayed at all. And in the other room, they were all decayed and skeletons. Mm-hmm. Yep. Good question. Alrighty. So as the sun continues to set, you do hear that the people are kind of excited and everything, and Professor Montague looks to you guys and he says, you guys want to go first when the carriage comes? Okay, very good, very good. And you guys can see sort of off to the east, the roads kind of open up and you see this crowd of people sort of moving. And you see this carriage, you can see a carriage kind of coming through kind of the top of it, and you see it's shockingly decadent. It's noted to be gold-plated. It's a huge sort of size to it. Has lots of ornate things hanging off the sides that kind of jingle as they go. And it kind of comes through, and the people sort of open up. I'm kind of trying to give you some space that's there and whatnot. And as they do, you see that the carriage is beautiful, but as the group finally moves, you see there's 4 large trolls that serve as horses, and they kind of bring it up like, and kind of stop in front of the gate there. And you see another carriage behind them also that has 4 trolls, and they're each dressed in sort of these ill-fitted suits, kind of to call out sort of the hideous sort of parts of them. And you see like they have a really tight sort of small bow tie that's on them. They do have top hats, but they're very small, that are there. And one of them kind of looks over to you and goes, as he pulls up and is kind of sitting there. And on the carriage, you see there's a tall, lanky, sort of a wide-mouthed man dressed in black robes, and has a tall black top hat, almost as tall as he is. And you see a whole bunch of people kind of looks around, kind of gawking and whatnot. And the driver kind of turns to you and looks and gives a big smile and reaches his arm, and his arm is probably about 4.5, 5 feet long, reaches around, grabs a handle, pulls the handle open, and opens the door. Alrighty. So gotcha. So you both kind of move to the door and awkwardly, just for a second there, and you see Talon steps way back away as Snowflake climbs in. You hear Montague in the back. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, this is great! Alrighty. So you two kind of climb into the thing, and as you guys are climbing in, you see the guy sitting up there has that big smile and his arms reached out, and he's just holding the door, looking at you, his eyes wide open, never blinks. Yeah, so at least looking at it, you don't sense anything that looks like arcana, or some sort of arcanic thing. There's no symbols or runes on it all that looks magical. So you kind of climb in as well. All right, so Ren, you sort of climb in, and we have left. That's what I thought. All right, and you see the people kind of take it back, and as they do, you hear people kind of clapping and hooting and hollering, Spaz, as you walk by. Yeah. And they all cheer and whatnot, and you hear a lot of them saying, "Yeah, that's him. That's the guy. I told you he was invisible when he came in." All right, and so Talon, you're the last one there, and Professor Montague says, "Oh, I'm so excited for you. Isn't this great? This is going to be awesome, Talon." Yeah. And as you climb in, you guys see that the inside actually it does appear to be bigger on the inside than what is on the outside. It's not enchanted, it's just open. And then you see that the seats are leather and they're padded. And you see there's some gold lanterns that hang inside, and they burn sort of this pleasantly scented oil. Smells a little bit of like chamomile with some lavender in it. And you see that there's crystal decanters of wine that are kind of laid out inside there, sitting in holders. And you see these, there's these silver platters that are laying there with what looks like sweetmeats. And so, being of nobility, Ren, you've recognized that this is a very expensive food that's here, and does appear to be not toxic, and appears to be really, really savory type of food. As you guys all enter in, you hear the door close behind you. As it does, you hear the driver kind of whip kind of the reins that are there, and you hear some trolls kind of scream out, and the carriage sort of lurches forward. But instead of going directly towards the palace, it actually takes one of the side southern streets, goes along the edge, and you guys are kind of being sort of paraded through the town at this point, going past both the building that's being the ziggurat, and then going around the arena, and kind of making a general path around the entire city. So you see Ren reaches down and grabs some and eats some. Ren, it's delicious. Okay, all right, gotcha. So you guys are kind of eating the food. Very, very good. I mean, definitely decadent food, probably something that you've not had before. Very, very good. All right, gotcha. So as you do that, you see the people are waving to you. Now that both for Haleth and Talon, you both recognize that these people they really kind of despise. They look like they're smiling, but it looks like they're really sort of not very happy to be there, but they're being polite. But as soon as Spaz throws out silver pieces, you see the kids and everybody kind of runs and collects it up as fast as they can. You're going to do that through the entire town? All right, sounds good. All right, gotcha. All right, it sounds good. So you kind of pace yourself throughout the town and continue to wind around. You see, as you guys are traveling and you make turns, you do see that there are some carriages behind you that are also kind of following. And Spaz, as you kind of peek back, you do see that Professor Montague is sort of sitting in there, and he looks mad because the people aren't waving. They're actually collecting silver pieces, and he looks really perturbed that nobody is really paying him any attention. Eventually, you guys completely circle around. You go past the graveyard as well as the manors that are there. Come back, and as you get close to the palace itself, you hear a lot of people cheering and whatnot, and appear to be very happy and excited as you sort of enter through the gates that are there. Once you get past the gates, you do see that there's this steep rising path that kind of comes right up towards the castle as well. And now, kind of coming up this path, and Haleth and Talon, you guys didn't see this. You see that there are sort of standing there in sort of kind of they're standing there are these polished skeletons that are standing each like every 5 feet on both sides, that are in various poses as you kind of go up this thing, and the path sort of goes up to this rock promontory up by where the palace is, and every 5 feet you see these sort of skeletons that are sort of polished and sort of stuck in positions of various poses as you kind of go up towards the top of the palace itself. Yep. Sure. Absolutely. So as you get up towards the top of the palace there, you do see that the palace has lots of banners that are hanging down and sort of pomp and circumstance to the palace itself. It is lit with, it looks like every window has candles or lights or lanterns that are in the windows there. And you kind of get up towards this area that's kind of along the side of the palace there. And the door opens, and as you do see there are some guests that are already there that are kind of milling about. And they kind of walking about and things like that. You see that many of them have gifts underneath their arms and are kind of milling about, talking and whatnot. But there's lots of packages and things of the sort. And as the door opens, you do see the driver kind of reaches around and pulls that door open and kind of peers into one of the windows with his eyes big and wide, not blinking, big smile on his face, just looking inside at you. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Every package is wrapped. Okay, sounds good. You guys have this kind of brief discussion inside the carriage as you're there, and you see that the guy is looking in and kind of sitting there and just sort of continues to stare at you guys as you're talking. So it looks like everybody has a gift underneath their arm. But that being said, you see people kind of milling about in these small groups, and it doesn't look like anybody really brought a friend, believe it or not. So it actually looks like you guys are the only ones that are actually as a group. Most of the people are by themselves. It does. Okay, so you do see that as the people are kind of milling about, people do have the presents underneath their arm, but there's no table that they're putting them on. It's almost as if they're holding it, waiting. Okay, alrighty, gotcha. So Haleth, you kind of climb out. As you do, you see immediately most of the people there kind of stop talking for a second and sort of look at you, just to kind of see who you are and what who you're with and things like that. And so they go back to talking, but they do seem to obviously visibly notice you. You do notice that everybody is dressed extremely well. It's appropriate. Yep. Give you an idea, that's what the carriage looks like, and that's what the rest would look like. Yeah, I was gonna say, so Haleth, you're outside. Yells into you, Merrick. All right. So Merrick, you kind of step out, and again, the crowd sort of stops, and you hear some talk, some chatter that's going on there. Haleth, you recognize that they were surprised that they sent out one carriage for two different people to come. Then they... Yeah, go ahead. Okay. And as you do, you see there's a small, not small, there's a dwarf that's there that's dressed fairly nicely, and he is talking to a halfling, female halfling that's there, and they're kind of discussing things back and forth. They both have a gift underneath their arms. You do see on the far side, you do see Macruss, who you guys had met before. He's dressed very nice. He's in some very nice clothing that's there, and you see he's standing there with Just, his hobgoblin friend, and he's also dressed really nice in nice robes. And you kind of see him sort of look to you guys and kind of whisper something to us. How about for the rest of the people in the car? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sure. Yep. All right, sounds good. So you guys step out, and as you do, you guys continue to see kind of what I had discussed here, and see you do see there's several sort of servants that are there, humans that are sort of holding plates of drinks. And Talon, you get out and just kind of mingle around, I assume. Okay. And you do see that people are kind of walking sort of towards this path, kind of going towards the back of the Alice. They're just slowly sort of milling, kind of taking their time walking to this path here. So I think I have Ren and Spaz left, I think. No, Ren and Snowflake. Alrighty. So Snowflake, you kind of step out and people sort of look to you, and then you see kind of some discussion as you kind of step out, and then Ren, you are last. Alrighty, and so you kind of step out too. So as you guys step out, the door closes on the cart, and the carriage moves away. As it does, the second carriage pulls up, and you recognize this is Montague and Solomon's carriage. Haleth, you can hear general mumbling and discussions that are going on. All this is you guys are doing. All right. You do see Montague gets out. He does have a large wrapped gift underneath his arm that he's carrying. It looks like maybe some sort of maybe a bow that's in there. It's that sort of length to it. And he kind of gets out and doesn't even kind of reach towards Shag or help him out. And you see him immediately wave to a very tall gentleman over on the other side. And he's like, he's yelling, Lord Kilraven, hello, hello. And he kind of walks over and starts talking with him. You see Shag gets out too, big smile. He's got his pipe that he's smoking there. He kind of gets out as well and starts making his way into the party and or into the group. Yeah, sure. He says, my fine lady, you look beautiful this evening. Welcome. Yes. I see. Understand. It's a little late, don't you think? Oh, I see. Of course. Lady, not sure you will have something in your bag that'll be quite as expensive. Well, I would tell you, My gift is 5,000. I would say so. This is Prince of Alhaster. I think a sizable gift would be. He looks at you and he goes, "Really? You, but I didn't know that you had that much money." Stand. And he says, "Again, you look magnificent." And he kind of walks through and sort of nods towards Talon, ignoring the rest of the group. Alrighty. He continues to kind of walk through. You do see, as that happens, there's another carriage that pulls up. And in this carriage, you see the gentleman that I had described earlier to Talon. He kind of opens up the carriage gate and...
You just cut out.
He gets out. He's dressed in sort of this decadent red outfit, and has this long cloak that kind of goes over his shoulders. And he kind of gets out. He's kind of, like I said, dark-skinned, has a nice goatee that's there. I have pictures for everybody, just so you know. As he gets out, he immediately kind of looks around the area here. Has a big smile on his face and nods up to the driver and kind of steps out. He also has what looks like a bird cage with a large sort of thing kind of draped over the top of it. And he's kind of carrying it with the handle, so you can't see what's inside. And he starts to move through, and he sees Lord Killraven, and immediately starts walking towards him in that direction. After that, you finally see the last carriage sort of pulls up, and as it does, you see a half-elf that gets out of this one. And as he kind of gets out of the carriage itself, you see that he's kind of looks, I don't know how to describe it, but kind of handsome, I guess, for a half-orc. He's well-groomed and dressed in very nice clothing and whatnot. And he climbs out, and you do hear somebody say, "Oh, Maris, Maris," and kind of waves to him, and he sort of waves back for a minute. He's very muscular build, does look like a warrior of sorts, and you notice that a lot of people sort of kind of cluster around him and talk to him as if he's well known to. As that happens, you see the group is slowly kind of meandering towards this the back of the palace, kind of talking to each other, drinking drinks and whatnot. Okay. Gotcha. All right, and you do hear that they're sort of talking. It seems like Killraven's trying to get away from Montague and kind of recognizes Vulras and says, "Vulras, it's good to see you." And you see them kind of give a clasp of the arms and whatnot. And Killraven says, "It's been a long time since I've seen you." Discussion is generally about battles and things of the sort, talking about fighting the orcs to the north and things like that. So for the group that you see here that's collected, you do see Bacrus, who is the hobgoblin that I described to you. You also see that his partner, Just, is next to him as well. It's not. And then you do see, obviously, Bacrus, who you guys already seen. You also see that the dwarf that's there is talking with Hobgoblin. He appears to be kind of a ruddy sort of dwarf that you see. You do hear his name is Hoff, is what his name is there. Obviously, the half-elf as well. Or halfling, I should not half-elf. There is a gnome that's there too. That is Ren dressed exactly like you, believe it or not. We're pretty darn close. Yep. Look at that guy. I know, right? Very dapper. You notice he has kind of that magnificent handlebar mustache. He seems very out of place, is that if that's fair? Not really talking to anybody. You do also see you don't see Kellic. And as the last cart pulls up, you see what appears to be someone who looks almost gypsy-ish. And she kind of gets out of the cart, and as she does, she kind of whispers something to one of the attendants, and they nod, and they kind of walk away, and seem to be going down to the street, kind of following down to the street there. And let's see, is it that I've missed? And then you haven't. Nobody that looks like Lashana to you, from kind of the descriptions that you've heard. You do see, kind of coming off from one of the side doors, is a lady that very unusual appearing. So she is sort of beautiful and kind of grotesque in both, and she kind of comes out of one of the side doors to the palace. And as she comes out, you see she's kind of a half human, half sort of fiendish type of look to her. She kind of has her face is sort of misaligned, as you can see. It's kind of sort of pulled up on the left side of the face. Her nose kind of has this ugly twist to it. Her mouth always has this sneer that's there. And then on her back, you see that she's sort of hunched over, and she has these malformed wings. There's kind of broken feathers that kind of protrude off of it from here or there. She does have it covered with a cloak, a very nice cloak, but it's very easy to see kind of what it looks like. And you see her kind of walk over, and she talks to Mahadril and kind of introduces herself. Nobody else seems really bothered by her at all, but they all do see her there. Okay. Gotcha. I'm sure will too. You do see that the attendants now are sort of gently trying to kind of help move the group towards the back around behind the palace itself. As they do, you guys continue to have kind of the groups kind of mingling and whatnot. You don't see anybody that looks like Prince Zeech, and you don't see someone matching the description of Lashana at all. I assume you guys continue with the group to the back. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. They're all carrying their gifts under their arms, from what it appears. think it was. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, gotcha. Yep. No problem. So you kind of wrap that up real quickly, kind of standing over to the side where nobody's really paying attention to you, and you have a present that's now wrapped up. So as you guys are doing that, about 10 or 15 minutes goes by, and people are generally kind of talking back and forth to each other as they do that and whatnot. And then you guys see this sort of short, about 2.5-foot tall gentleman. Haleth and Talon, you immediately recognize him from the gentleman that was sort of directing things in the area when you were coming in for the city. And as you do that, you see he's walking, and he's walking with a very handsome gentleman, which you've seen all over the town. And he's in his early 40s, and his hair is loose and sort of hangs off the shoulders. He's got a long sort of hair there. And you immediately recognize that he's the prince himself, and you see everybody immediately starts clapping and turns and looks towards him as they do. And the gentleman that's walking with him has sort of this pirate hat that's on, and he's carrying this wrapped up bird in his hands, clutches it really close to his chest, and he's right at the left hand of Prince Zeech, right on his side as he's walking up. As that does that, everybody kind of circles around and they're all clapping, and some of them put down their presents to do that, to kind of clap and whatnot. And what would the rest of the group like to do at this point? Alrighty. Alrighty, gotcha. Yeah. Uh-huh. Alrighty, sounds good. Will give me a sleight of hand check. Wait. That would be probably Mizzen would be in front of you. The halfling. Alrighty, so you do that and mage hand her the gift that she had, and it slides behind you and underneath your robe. It's a small package. Alrighty. And then everybody else, I assume, is clapping and whatnot. Nothing out of the ordinary. Yes. As you do that, Haleth, you immediately recognize Vulras looks at you, and then he looks back, and his eyes get big for a second, and then he just goes back to talking. Not really noticeable to anybody else, but definitely to you. See, he nods. As the clapping is going on, and it seems to be a very long sort of clapping episode that's there. You see Zeech kind of nods and bows to you, doesn't say anything, and as he does that, Zeech just sort of quietly stands there, and you see that behind him he has various sort of servants that are lined up behind him, but these are not humans now. So these, what you see are, there's like a large fat lady who looks about 700 pounds. You see there's a human that has a head that has been squished to almost like a thinness of a board, and it's very, very long, sticks up about 4 feet high. You do see there's a guy that's walking on his hands that has no legs. There's a woman that doesn't have any eyes that's kind of there standing, and they're all sort of lined up in sort of a pyramid shape, facing the group itself as it does, with all these sort of deformities. As that occurs, you see the gentleman, the ominous fabler, the picture that you see with the wrapped up sort of bird there that's mummified, and he kind of steps around and steps in front of the prince and sort of clears his voice. Everybody stops clapping. He goes, "My lords, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, Prince Zeech bids you welcome, and I trust you'll enjoy the hospitality of his humble home." And as he does, everybody sort of claps, and the strange little man kind of looks around and he leers at some of the guests, and then he takes his free arm, the one that's not holding the mummy, and he flaps it up and down really fast. And then he takes the mummy and puts it up on his shoulder. And as the bird is sitting there looking out at you, he kind of looks to you and he says, "You may now present your gifts to the honor of the prince." And then he steps back, kind of giggling. And you see the guests sort of kind of reach into their pockets and pull out their gifts and whatnot and start to line up. Alrighty. So as you do, you guys are sort of in the middle of the row. You see Mizzen kind of in front of you. Snowflake kind of looks down and she's looking all over for a present. And she's like, "Oh my God, where's my gift?" And she looks... All right. Gotcha. So she kind of looks back and she looks at Spaz and she says, "Have you seen a small package? I had a gift and it's gone." "You did? Oh, thank goodness. I know I brought it and it's missing, and please tell me, where is it so that I can make sure that I give the prince the appropriate gift?" "A few days ago." "Oh, tonight." "Oh my gosh. I can't believe I don't have a gift. Do you have anything that I could borrow?" It's much less than what I was going to give him. I had a bag full of diamonds, but sure, I guess so." Alrighty. She takes the emerald and says, "It's not even wrapped." Gotcha. And so as you see her, she's definitely nervous looking, but she's cute, right? And you do see that she has that brown hair, and she wears an emlet now that she's turned to you, and it's made of snake scales, and it has teeth on it that are there. So, she nods to you, and she says, "That's the best I can do, I suppose." She says, "My name's Mizzen Mitchwillow. Nice to meet you." And she says, "Do you, by chance, cast spells?" "Cast spells? You're very good with that paint." "Oh, this is a pleasure to meet you." She kind of curtsies. "And I completely understand." And she says, "Oh, it's my turn." And she kind of turns around and hands her gift to the Prince Zeech. Prince Zeech quickly kind of tries to open it up and looks at it. And as he looks down, you see a look of disgust comes over his face. As you see the other presents that are there are bottles of wine. You see there's beautiful jewelry that's there and whatnot. And he looks down to her and he says, "Miss Mitchwillow, I thought you would have something different." And kind of turns his head away, and you can see she's sort of dejected and sort of starts to walk away from the receiving line. Okay. Okay. He hands you a small package. You see, as she hands that over, now the group, which is your entire group, I assume you're all together, or are you guys separated? Okay, gotcha. And then Spaz and Snowflake are together, and Ren, you were getting in line, so I assume you're with Spaz, Snowflake, and... All right. And so, Snowflake, you've obviously gone back to where Merrick, Haleth, and Talon are. Ren, as you approach, the Fabler looks to you, and his eyes get big, and he says to you, he says,
Didn't bring a gift?
oh, okay, gotcha. Supreme healing. Okay. So you hand over the potion to the prince, I assume? His eyes get big and he smiles and he nods to you, and you continue to move along. It looks that way so far, yes. Okay. And alrighty, sounds good. So as you're there, Spaz, you would be next. Zeech looks at you. He doesn't really say anything. He just looks. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. So you blow the first note in the All right, go for it. Okay. So you blow the first note, and as you do, the Fabler goes, ah, 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 ah. Physical gifts only, please. Physical gifts only. He goes, off with you, move it! And you see Prince Zeech obviously is very annoyed. They're milling about. They're not inside. There's actually a terrace that overlooks the water there, the ocean, and so they're all standing along the terrace, looking over the edge, watching the sunset, essentially. Okay, Prince Zeech takes your gift, and as he does, he opens it and looks, and as it opens up, you do see that it is a satchel of diamonds. He does have a smile, and he looks back to you, and he has a look of sort of looking down upon you, as if you're not really something that he would expect at this party. Fabler looks at you and he says,
Is that the best you could wear?
Prince. The prince looks down at the Fabler, and the Fabler looks back up to him, and he says,
Of course. What was I thinking?
and all right, gotcha. So the so you go ahead and go by. You guys now see that Montague kind of comes up and he has that long box and he hands it to him and he opens up the box and inside that box is a large constrictor snake that sort of rise out of the box. Montague claps. He goes, oh boy. And Prince Zeech just kind of nods to him. He says, that's the best present yet. And he kind of goes walking away. Next would be the Ms. Raven, who gives him a very nice set of jewelry that you see there as well. Vulras also walks ahead, and as he does, you see that he gives what appears to be a very nice bottle of wine that he hands over. And then Merrick and Haleth, you guys would be next. You walk up together. Okay. So you both walk up, and Prince Zeech is standing there kind of just looking at you. He nods. So he opens the gift and takes a look, and he sees the box, and you can see his eyes look really nice, and he opens it up and sees the vial that's inside, and he smiles and he nods to you, and as in his appreciation. He looks to you and he says, alrighty. Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. All right. So you kind of hand that to him, and he looks at this, and he says, very nice. Not wrapped? Why don't you give me a persuasion roll with advantage? I love it. Persuasion with advantage. Yeah. That good, huh? Sure, with a -10. Oh no, that good, huh? That's all right. Go ahead and let's see how you do. Yeah, you're not kidding, are you? Yeah, you definitely need to. He hears what you said, and he says, nice gift. Would have liked wrapping, though. I like to open it. And he kind of sets it to the side. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Everybody, right? Did I miss anybody? I think so. I think we got everybody. So, as you see, the last person is Mahadril, the lady that looks like a gypsy, and she, of course, curtsies very deeply, bends down on her kind of her knees very far, opens up the dress, makes it look very nice, kind of stands up, and she says, Prince Zeech, my gift. And she kind of takes her hand, and as she does, the entire group she makes it very loud. They kind of can see, and she kind of gestures towards the path that you came from. And as you look down the path, you see a fiendish horse made of fire that's kind of coming down from its hair. Its mane is all fire that comes down. It slowly starts walking up the path. And as it does, it wears these horseshoes that look like...
Zeech immediately claps his hands and says, oh, beautiful!
And everybody else is kind of like clapping and super happy and whatnot. And you see the Fabler kind of jumps up and down a little bit. Prince Zeech just smiles and turns back. Notice now that everybody that's at the party is here, but again, you do not see Lashana anywhere. As the gifts are given, you see the help, if you want to call him that, sort of collect all the stuff and goes away. And Prince Zeech looks and he says, "Thank you all for coming to the party. I appreciate it. I just wanted to let you know I have heard from Lashana. She regrets to inform everybody that unfortunately business has kept her away from today's events." And you hear kind of everybody kind of moans and groans a little bit. He says, "But she does plan on arriving on time for the feast, so we'll be able to see her then." And you kind of hear everybody kind of clap a little bit as he says that. And he says, "Please, enjoy." And he kind of walks around looking at the gifts and stuff as they're So, not that you see here. However, you do recognize as you look out towards the wall that you guys were on before, they are literally lined completely around the entire palace, on the 3/4 of the palace. So immediately after that happens, you see the servants that I kind of described sort of come out, and they place padded chairs out, facing out towards the sea or the west, and they kind of line up all the seats, and each one, as they put one down, they go over and they say, "Please be seated. Please have a seat." And they kind of sort of corral all the people that are here to have them sit down, and you see people start sitting down in the chairs that are there. Is there anybody in particular that anyone wants to sit next to? Yep, so you see they sit sort of on the left, kind of in the middle. Okay. So as you go to sit down, Merrick, Vulras says, "Hello, Captain Vulras, you are..." "Hi, Doug. Nice to meet you. Beautiful wife you have there. What's her name?" He smiles. "Lucy." He says, "Lucy, it's a pleasure. Captain Vulras." "You as well, Lucy." He says, "Have you met Lord Kilraven?" Lord Kilraven looks over and he says, "Hello. Pleasure to meet you as well." Says, "A beautiful night, wouldn't you say?" I think the sunset is gorgeous. I can't believe the clouds as they sit there. It's beautiful, almost as if it was planned. Does, doesn't it? Next to you, Haleth, you see that Shag sits down next to you and he says, "Hello." "Yeah, you as well." He was. To tell you, I liked your gift. It was very nice. "I think it was very nice. It looked much more expensive than what I gave," he says under his, kind of winks at you. Walrus kind of looks at you, and "I don't think anybody would underestimate you guys." He immediately recognizes that he probably wasn't meant to hear that, and he says, "I don't know what I'm saying." He kind of looks over and starts talking to Kilraven. Spaz, Snowflake, Talon, Ren, guys care where you sit? "Oh, yes, yes." So, Taurus kind of sits down next to Montague. And Taurus looks to you and he says, "Hi." "Hi. What are you?" Yeah. He says, oh, I didn't introduce myself. I am Taurus. Ah, Ifico. Love your surname. Very nice. I'm not from the area. I'm from far, far away. Do you live here? Ah, that's excellent. This is a very nice party. Well, I heard there was a party here, and I always wanted to see Alhaster, and so I just came. Well, you know, I mean... Oh, I got one. I got an invitation. He says, I tell you a secret. I bought it at the Deluxery. Shh. This is a very nice place. I think that Alhaster may be a place I may have to move. I think I'm going to live here. Shh, keep it secret. I bought my... I had to get in here. Station. You aren't very smart. No offense. How smart are you? Well, there you go. He's very smart. As that happens, Snowflake, you sit down next to him and next to Spaz, and Horace says, "Oh, look out! There's a hairy guy next to you. He's got a big beard." Says that to Spaz. Okay. And then as you sit down, Snowflake, Mizzen sits next to you, and she kind of plops down, and she says, "Hi, I'm Mizzen. It's nice to meet you." Hi, Snowflake. I have to be honest with you. I'm sorry if I'm a little flustered. Again, and you see she kind of pats down her dress in front of her and kind of primps up her cloak and says, I'm excited for the night, though, aren't you?" Me either, but I'm sure it's going to be just wonderful. Oh, plenty of these, just not here in Alhaster. And then, Talon, you sit down next to her. Oh, okay, gotcha. You're not going to now? Alrighty, gotcha. You see Talon kind of sits down, I guess. Anybody else interested in where they sit? The rest of the part... Yep. Okay, so you sit on the very far left side of the group that's there, and you sit down next to the half-orc, Maris Quemp, who sits down next to you, and he looks to you and he says, "Maris Quemp, nice to meet you." "Right, night to you too. You look like you can handle a sword pretty well." "Huh? What do you think of this get-up here, huh? Pretty nice." "Hey, question for you. You with that elf down the way?" He points to Haleth. "It's hot. Is she available?" "Really?" "Oh, really? But is she the guy next to her?" "Kind of like a chump. I could probably take him." "Don't you think?" "Well, I have to be honest. I mean, I have wealth beyond the wildest dreams here. I'm sure that once she hears that, she may be a little bit more smitten towards me." Kind of sits back. He says, well. Let's just see what happens tonight. What do you think? See how it goes. And so at the other end, you see that Mahedril sits down next to Talon. And then you see Hemris sits, as well as Bakras and Veyros. Everybody else kind of fills up the rest of the line. You guys are sort of in the middle and off to the left. The rest are towards the right. Prince Zeech does sit down. He sits down next to Mahedril, and you do hear a little bit of discussion about the horse and the mount and everything that is there. As everyone finally sits down, you do hear the ominous Fabler kind of comes up, and he walks in front of the whole group, and he sort of blows this strange horn that he has with him that makes sort of a weird sort of screech versus an echoing bellow that happens. And as he does that, he says, my masters, I beg you to enjoy our little tale. Just a small thing I penned myself, a tale of menace and revenge, lust and death, which I have called the Harlequinade Mortificado. And the fool then sort of moves back, and as he does, you see the servants sort of come in, and they arrange this small stage, and they put kind of a backdrop, and you see what looks like a town street, sort of in the middle of the night. That's kind of what they have, and there's a wooden moon that kind of wafts over the scene that's there. And suddenly you see, kind of coming over from the edge, is a little bit of music that is playing, and you see these animated skeletons that sort of kind of come in, and they're just kind of walking into the stage. And they're all sort of dressed like clowns, if you want to think of them that way. And you do hear kind of this general music in the background, but there's no talking. And these clowns sort of kind of like one will get up and move, and the next thing you know, you see him drinking wine. He grabs a glass, and the wine just kind of pours through the body. And you hear a lot of the people there, they sort of laugh and kind of applaud a little bit, sort of being polite. And then the next skeleton kind of comes up, and you see sort of slips on the wine, falls down, and bones fall over all over the place. And things are kind of laughing as well while this is all going on. As the play sort of continues, you see that it sort of gets more and more bizarre, and it becomes more and more obvious that these skeletons appear to be acting out things of death, things that maybe they had died from, or things that other people had died from. You see one kind of walks up and climbs up this little ladder, and then kind of hangs down, has a rope in his hand, and sort of puts it around his neck, and kind of falls down to the ground, and bones flutter, kind of fall around and whatnot. And as this occurs, you see the servants kind of come by, and there's a particular gentleman. He's a big-bodied guy who looks very large, but his head is actually in his chest, and his mouth and eyes are there, and in his plate he holds these drinks and what looks like lightly roasted almond biscuits. And you see everybody kind of grabs one, and they're eating and kind of laughing and sort of enjoying the play that's there. Yeah, so as you kind of look around, you see Bakras as well as Vulras are kind of clapping. They seem to generally enjoy this. Same with Hemris. She's down there and whatnot. Everybody shows they look like they're enjoying it. I don't know what you guys are doing. But it appears that generally people are enjoying the play, being polite and whatnot. That is going on here, and through the large clapping, you can hear kind of people kind of talking back and forth to each other about things that are going on. But the general idea is that it appears that people are enjoying the play. Okay, gotcha. Anybody else? I mean, everybody else is doing the general same, I assume. All right, gotcha. So this continues for about an hour, this play that continues to kind of go on and whatnot. And at that point, the play sort of ends and everybody sort of claps. And you see that the ominous Fabler kind of takes what looks like a wand and puts it back in his pocket, because he was kind of standing off to the side, and you recognize he probably was making them. And yep. Yep, so they were full-size skeletons. However, you do recognize that some of them were shorter than others, so you're not sure if those were children skeletons or if they were gnomish or dwarven. If you want to do a medicine check, I'd be more than happy to tell you if really children or other sort of races. But they all were humanoid. Okay. No problem. So you see people kind of clapping and whatnot, and the Fabler kind of makes all the actors, they sort of stand up. So you see a whole row of skeletons now standing there, and they all sort of bow as everybody claps to you guys, and they stand up, and then they bow again, and they sort of make grandiose movements with their arm, and each one sort of bows as they go through, as all the guests are kind of clapping and whatnot. Shortly thereafter, you see that the Fabler now kind of appears, and he's dressed as a scarecrow, and he's standing up on stilts, so he's about the normal height of a human now, and he has what appears to be a hare skull, like a rabbit skull, over his head, completely covering it, and he kind of looks over to you, and he says, please, follow me. And as he does that, he starts to kind of walk. And as he's walking, you hear him say, "It's time to cook. It's time to cook. Birds to get away. Sparrows owls in the quay." And then he's kind of singing the song about, "Too bad they get boiled today. It's time to cook. Time to cook." As he's kind of singing as you guys are following him. Okay, Mizzen kind of stands up. She says, "Thank you, I appreciate that." And she kind of looks back to Talon and says, "Do you mind? Can I have your arm?" No. Mm-mm. I think he helped her up, but... Okay, alrighty. So she kind of wraps her arm around it and she says, "It's nice to meet you. Sorry that we couldn't talk during the performance." And she says, "Please, let's continue." And you guys continue to kind of follow the Fabler as he's walking. Okay, alrighty, gotcha. So they continue. As you turn around, you do see that the rest of the group is kind of getting up, and you see that Montague kind of goes. He says, "I can't wait to see what's next. I'm so excited." He's kind of bouncing down the street or the path there. Okay. Okay, gotcha. So you see that Vulras stands up, and he's kind of, again, talking to Raven, and they continue on, and you hear him kind of discussing things and whatnot. As for the rest of the group, everybody starts kind of milling about and moving through, and you guys see that you are now walking along sort of this path that kind of goes down, kind of passing the cliffside, and you see that there's a large wide deck, almost like a balcony that juts off the cliffside that you seem to be going down to. You do see that there is a kind of a wall that's built up on the three sides of it, and has a roof that's over it. As you guys all get down there, you see that everybody's kind of grouped around the area that's there. The Fabler continues to kind of sing his little song that he has, and finally, once everybody's down, he kind of looks over and kind of stands next to the balcony. The balcony is overlying the lake, and you can see that it's sort of twisted so you can see the red hand, the land there, so you can kind of look over and see it across from the river lake itself. And he kind of looks, and everybody's sort of just grouped around. And suddenly he sort of trundles up onto the balcony railing that's there. And so he's kind of balancing with these feet that are barely, the stilts are barely on the edge as he kind of turns around and looks to you guys. He's kind of wobbling back and forth as he's doing. He says, "And now, welcome to the balcony of expectorance, my friends, and the handsome slaughter of the curious avians." And as he does that, you hear some of the people start to clap as that occurs, the people that are here with you. Suddenly you see there's two servants that kind of come out, and they're deformed. They're ones that you've seen before, and they're carrying with them a large rack between them, kind of in between, of repeating crossbows. Same thing that Haleth uses. And you see that they're carrying this rack, and there's about 14 or 15 repeating crossbows that are and they kind of bring it out and set it on the edge. As they do that, you see another group kind of wheel out all these cages that are on wheels, and they're kind of see there's some brightly colored red birds in them, and they bring these cages out and they line them up all along the balcony. And Shag looks to you, Haleth, and he says, "Not, have you? Wonder, doesn't it? What do you think this is all about?" Really? See him kind of sigh. Okay, I guess if I have to, I have to. Not much for killing. Once this is all out, the Fabler kind of says, "Please, select your weapons and make ready to," and Prince Zeech immediately cuts him off with a decisive slap, kind of standing next to him, hits him, and as he does, you see the fool kind of teeters backwards, and he's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa," and he's kind of swinging his arms back and forth, trying to catch himself, and the prince kind of steps forward, completely ignoring him. As he does that, you see the Fabler kind of falls forward and then sort of falls to the side and lands on the ledge, and he's kind of bouncing around a little bit and whatnot. And the prince kind of looks and he says, "I'm feeling particularly lucky today. If anyone can bring down more than me, I'll give that lucky soul 1,000 gold points. What do you think?" All right, Talon immediately steps up. And so, Talon, as you step up, he looks to you and he says, "Ah, finally, a guest who thinks he can take me. Good to meet you." And it's Talon, I think you said, right? Excellent. He goes over and he looks at the rack, and you see this magnificent looking crossbow, and he reaches over and grabs it, and he turns to you and he has it kind of in his hand, almost as if he's going to give it to you. And then he puts his hand around and he says, "I have my crossbow. Please, pick yours." Alrighty. So as you look at them, they all have different decorations on them, but generally looking at them, they all appear to be the same. Prince Zeech then looks around and he says, "And who else? Please, anybody's welcome." Alright, he says, "Please, pick one out." So everybody who would like to, you are more than welcome to grab a crossbow if you'd like.
Just watch.
Alrighty. Is there anybody that's not going to grab one? Okay. Alrighty. So the ones that are, you as you grab a crossbow, you find that it is unloaded as you look at it, and then these one of the deformed servants comes by and he hands out 3 bolts to each person that has a crossbow. And Prince Zeech says, "For anybody who's not interested, please stand aside, over to the side so you can see," and kind of indicates, and you see the Fabler is kind of now back on his stilts, and he's kind of walking around but not saying anything at all, coming over to the side where the birds are at. Once that you have that all there, Prince Zeech says, "Now, as a fine host, I of course am not going to go first. Anybody else that would like to go?" He says, "All right, as you start Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, you walk up. Go ahead. Okay. All right, sounds good. So you kind of trip over your dress, and as you do, let me go ahead and give me an attack roll with your crossbow. 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 Blah, blah, blah. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. You talk about. You can use a fate point. You absolutely can. I forgot all about those. I'm glad you remembered. All right. All right, sounds good. What are the odds, right? All right, so you take a shot, and that bolt does fire off. As it does, it hits Vulras in the leg. Go ahead and roll damage for me. Technically, you would. Nice damage. So as you hit the side of his leg, and as it does, it goes through the other side. And you see blood starts shooting out of his leg. He goes, ah! Oh my god! And everybody's Prince grabs onto your crossbow, and he's like, hey, easy. And he's bleeding out. He's like, ah, my leg, my leg. All right. Sounds good. Why don't you give me a deception roll? He looks at you and he says, oh, I can't believe this. It happened. This is unbelievable. Ooh. And he looks to Merrick and he says to Merrick, he says, control your wife. All right. And, okay, no problem. So he kind of looks around and he says, please, be careful with these crossbow. And you see, Vulras is kind of sitting there now, and he's like, can anybody fix this for me? Like, stay away from me. All right, gotcha. Please. He took 50. You see it. God, my leg. Jeez. Feeling woozy. I don't have a healing die. Like, is there a doctor in the house or somebody, please? All right. Prince Zeech says, please, man, would you just fix the guy? I mean, it's up to you. It's whatever you would think to discern from her and her actions. So. Please, just staunch the bleeding at least. All right. So you see him kind of holding his leg, and Prince Zeech is exasperated. He's like, perfectly good night. Vulras says, don't touch me, lady. No, don't. Yeah. So, Merrick, you put your arm around him, and he takes that, and Haleth, you come over, and he's like, don't touch me, lady. And he kind of hops up with Merrick, and he's like, my leg, it's bleeding everywhere. See a large pool of blood there. Hobbling, and he sees that you're now taking. He's like, I'm not going with you. Where are you taking me? Prince Zeech he looks and he says, please, can we move on? And the Fabler goes, come on, hurry up, move him. And you see Vulras is kind of being carried. He's like, fine. He looks to Merrick, he says, don't let that lady touch me. You guys kind of walk around the edge there. You see Killraven looks to Prince Zeech. He says, I need to go check to make sure everything's okay. Excuse me. He excuses himself. You see Killraven coming up the path behind you guys. Prince Zeech says, okay, who's ready? You know what? I'll go first. How does that sound? So as he says that, you see that the Fabler opens up the birds. He kind of opens them up, and as the birds fly out, I said 3 rounds. I apologize. He gave you guys 12 bolts. That's what he gave. I forgot there's 6 or 4 each in each round. So he lets it go, and there's 10 birds that kind of fly off. And he takes a shot, and as he's trying to shoot the birds, you see that they have this beautiful sort of color of spray that comes out of them as they fly, and it's almost blinding to view at. And so he keeps kind of looking away and then taking a shot. He takes down 6 of them by the time it's done. He kind of smiles and he says, see? And puts his crossbow down by his leg. He says, who's next? He looks at Talon. They are farting rainbows. That's exactly what they're doing. So, what you'll need is a Constitution saving throw, or you're blinded. And then you're proficient in crossbow, correct? Talon? If you are, you get your proficiency bonus. If you're not, you have no proficiency. Okay, good, perfect. So I couldn't remember if it was simple or marked. So go ahead and take your shots. You can just, yep. Thank you. Yep. So you're able to see through it, and you're not disadvantaged. And then just make 10 attack rolls for me. AC is 20 to hit. All right. All right. Sounds good. All right. Oh, nice shot. Very nice. So you have advantage rolls? Advantage on your attack rolls? Was that 10? I think it was. Right? Okay, gotcha. Go on then. Perfect. Nice job. So I think you just missed first one. Second one. So you got 8 out of 10. That's great. Who is next? If you guys don't want to, that's fine. Was there anybody else that was going to be doing it? Haleth? All right, sorry, I missed that. So you see the rest of the party kind of shoots their arrows. As they do that, Haleth and Merrick, you guys are walking Vulras away. You see Killraven is about 10 or 15 feet behind you, quickly trying to make his way up to you guys. Yep. Vulras said, why'd you shoot me? Haleth, I can't believe you did that. I don't have it, and I saved the village by stealing it. You know that. That was decades ago. Well, I don't have it either. It's gone. Let's just say I had to sell it, okay? I don't know its name. It's on the black market in Greyhawk.
some guy I met. He said he would take it off my hands. Haleth, I had to do it to save the city, the town, the village. You know that. Ow! Knock that off! Killraven's like, what? Hey, what's going on down there? I have a name. Things have changed. You know that, Haleth. I've changed my ways. Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm doing honorable things now. I'm here not because I want to be with this people. I'm here to figure out what's going on. I'm going to blow my cover. Yours too, if you want. What do you think? Look around. This place is evil. He's like, he kind of looks to Killraven. Gotcha. He kind of looks to Killraven. He says, I'm okay. I just, I kind of stumbled a little bit. She had to help me with her leg. Don't kick me again. I can't spill here. He's going to be here any second. I need time. Look. Oh. Dude, all right. So you let go and he kind of collapses. He's like, ah! He yells out again. Killraven's like, good God, don't you have any care? Is that the way you treat people in the battlefield? As he looks at Merrick. God, that's terrible. He's like, so what do you need? What did you ask for again? Fine. He kind of turns around and he yells to one of the helpers. He's like, hey, you! Hey! And you see the helper kind of come over. And he doesn't move, Merrick. He stands next to you. And he's like, hey, I need this and that. Kind of talking to him and whatnot. Haleth. Why? Vulras looks at you, Haleth. No, of course not. Fine. And you see him kind of walk away. He's like, I'm keeping my eye on you guys, though. I'm not sure I trust you. She shot him in the leg. True. He looks at you, Haleth. Yeah. All right. And you see him kind of running with the help. He's like, come on, hurry up. Listen. You got to answer the same questions then. Fair? Fine. Listen. Been with a band of rangers for a long time. Picked me up. We decided to fight these orcs up to the north. Things were going well, and then we heard that they were actually coming from Red Hand. Prince Zeech is who has sent them. I don't approve of his rule. Look at the way this town is. It's terrible. So, what I'm looking to do is I wanted to look at the palace, check out the city defenses, look for weakness. I heard this party was here. What better way to get in, right? So, once I figure out the weaknesses and I find somebody to help me, which I think I have, because he looks to Merrick, he says, if you ever make a move, I'm going to support you guys. My rangers will come in, we can give support, and we'll take over this city and put it right to really for who it needs to be treated. Honor and respect. Can you believe you shot me in the leg? Gotten pretty good with that crossbow, by the way. I gotta be honest. Yes, I get it. I understand. I know what happened. I know that I did something to you and your family, but it was for your own good. And by the way, are you sleeping with this guy? Is this your husband? Okay, because I can tell you what, you can get a better guy than this. I mean, obviously you have before. Sorry, I've been shot in the leg. I lost half my blood here. Oh, buddy. Killraven, I met him out on the field. He's a good man. He's a good guy. I do see him being able to maybe take over the city if we needed to have him pull in. He doesn't like him any more than we do. heck, probably Prince Zeech killed his dad. When they overtook the town, I don't know. Killraven hasn't told me, but I'm telling you, I'm here on good reason. I've changed. I don't have a name. I don't know his name. Get it? He was tall, thin. Matter of fact, good looking. He had nice hair. It was trimmed back. I do remember his name. Something like Todrik. He looks to Merrick. He's like, "What are you laughing at? What is wrong with him? Did you hit him with something? Has he been drinking too much?" You do? He looks back. He said, "Well, then you have the item. Well, you know how to get it now." Did you kill him too? What are you kidding me? How did you kill him? Why did you kill him? Well, obviously, I'm almost dead here. I think it was the Thieves Guild in Greyhawk. At least that's who he was fencing for. Cultist? What cultist? Talking about? If you shot me. I mean, really? He looks to Merrick. He's like, don't be friends with her. She's gonna shoot you in the leg someday too. Hey, half an ass, okay? All right. And you pull it out, and what are you gonna do? Poison me now? You see, as this is going on, you see these birds that are flying out, and these flashes of red light and whatnot, and people oohing and on down at the balcony there. Shots being shot at these birds that are flying. Like, you expect... Okay. Give me a deception roll. Kind of looks at you, and he says, "Really? 2 healing potions? God, I need a freaking cleric. I am hurt bad. I need more than healing potions. Come on. Haleth." So he kind of grabs onto one of those and twigs it back and takes the healing potion and drinks it. As you give him the other, kind of opens it and goes to put it back, and then he looks and he stops and he says, "Drank many healing potions. This is not a healing potion. What are you trying to give me?" "I don't think so." Works it back, gives it back to you. "I think I've taken enough." Kind of stands up, hobbles a little bit. Killraven comes at that point. He's got rags and washcloths and hot water, and he's like, I got everything. Vulras says, "Thanks, Killraven. They didn't hurt you again, did they?" Vulras looks to you guys. "Nah, we're good." "We did. Killraven, these are good people." Killraven says, "She just shot you in the leg." "Okay." "True, she could have. She's a good shot." I agree. I've seen people who have shot like this before. As he looks over to you, Haleth, Captain Vulras does. Killraven, maybe worth to hire if you're looking for someone that's a good shot. Damn, my leg hurts. Yeah. Ow! Stop! Why'd you do that? Raven says, "Are you sure?" "Yeah, she's fine. Just playing with me." She looks to Merrick. "Merrick, can you give me a hand to walk me back at least? I think I can quite put enough weight on this leg." Lucy, was it? And Doug, right, Doug? Yes. Please, no more crossbows for you, okay? Raven says, "Damn, I missed out on the event. I wonder who won. You know what? I put my money on that little hobbit, halfling. She looked like she could take a good shot." So you guys kind of hobble back in, and as you do, you see everybody is sort of clapping, and as that happens, Talon, you're sort of standing there, and you see the Fabler kind of comes over, and he hands you a bag. He says, 1,000 gold for you, my friend Talon." Oh, I forgot to say, as the shoot progressed, you guys were eating roasted colorox, which is the bird that you saw there. It was glazed in honey, mulled in some spice wine, and was very, very tasty, to be honest. As that happens, Talon, you see that Prince Zeech is sort of, he appears to be flustered with you winning. And he kind of looks over to you and he says, "Damn. Nice shooting." Kind of looks to you and he says, "Indeed." And kind of quickly sort of turns his cloak. You guys see Haleth and Merrick, as well as Killraven and Vulras kind of coming down the hill. Merrick is sort of helping Vulras as he goes, and Killraven is kind of briefly talking back and forth with him. Haleth, I assume you're just kind of hanging over on the edge. All right. As you guys come down, you do see that had kind of occurred there. As that happens, see the Fabler kind of walking on his stilts. He's kind of bouncing back and forth and kind of jumping up and down now. And he says, kind of looks and he says, "Everybody ready?" He says, "The next event, of course." He quickly flips backwards, doing a backflip. And as he does, he lands on his hands. And now he's upside down with his hands, and that skull stays exactly on his head. It doesn't slide or anything, and he has the stilts up in the air. And as he does that, he starts walking backwards. And he says, "Please, follow me, come on, come on, come on." And kind of continues to walk on his hands. And as the group continues to kind of walk behind, and you do hear various people in the group saying, "Man, he is talented, isn't he?" I agree. He continues to walk through the on his hands, walks up to the house, the large palace that's there, opens up the doors with his stilted feet as he kind of pushes them open, and you guys kind of walk through the halls. You see that the palace itself is ornately decorated, extremely valuable things kind of hanging from the walls. You do see that there are things that do have sort of a macabre feel to them. You do see skulls and things of the sort that are there, armor that has skull heads, paintings that appear to be sort of drab and painting with reds and things like that. But you guys continue to walk through. Nothing appears to be animated as you're doing that. And they walk you down sort of these passageways, and you end up going down into what it feels like the basements, halls and doors, and kind of a maze, sort of get lost. And eventually, you sort of get into this area where the doors open up, and you see a large sort of underground arena that's there. And the Fabler, still on his hands, kind of walks all the way down, and he points to these curved benches that sort of surround the sunken fighting pit. And he says, there's only one set of bench all the way around, and he says, "Please, please, sit." Inside there you see... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, gotcha. As you do, you see there's 2 4-foot square bird cages that are sitting in the center, one on one side and one on the other, and they're swathed in this dark silk that's kind of over them, covering them as if covering the cages. Everybody kind of wanders in and sort of sits down. Anybody sitting next to anybody in particular? Alrighty, gotcha. Just Taurus, yep. You sit down next to Taurus again. So Mizzen and Taurus. Anybody else? Okay, gotcha. Maris. Okay, gotcha. All right. So as you guys start to sit down, you guys sit next to people. As you go to sit, Haleth, Vulras looks to you and he says, "Please have Doug sit next to me." He said, "Could you please have Doug sit next to me?" No offense, but I'm afraid I might get stabbed in the leg. Heart. Kind of winks at Haleth. And then Merrick, he kind of bends over and he whispers, "Keep up appearances." So as you all kind of sit down, Talon, Montague sits next to you. He sits down. He says, "Oh, Talon, I'm so glad you're here. Isn't this exciting? Nice shooting." Yeah, I was impressed. I gotta tell you, you're good with that bow. Or that crossbow. Very nice. Yeah, like it. Hey, I see that you got a old guy with you. What's that all about? Oh. Montague looks at you and his eyes get big. He says, "You fit right in here. Like, we got skeletons, and we got weird birds and misshapen people. This is awesome. Maybe I'm thinking I should travel with you all. You guys have very interesting things. Please, talk to your group. See if I can join. I am very, very important. What do you think?" As you turn around, you see Mizzen looking at both of you, and her eyes are wide, and says, "What's that all about?" Sounds like. And then for Ren, as you sit down, Maris continues to talk about things about gladiator type stuff. So he says that he used to be a gladiator, used to fight in the arena 10, 15 years ago in Greyhawk. He talks about his battles and things like that. Just generally discussing combat type stuff with you. All right, sounds good. So he does seem to take kind of an enjoyment in your discussion there as you're talking about that. Snowflake, as you do that, there are rooms that are hidden and things of the sort, but what you see is that nothing really that stands out of concern or anything. You do see the banquet hall is there, and it's empty. There's no table in there, actually, what you assume is the banquet hall, and there's no food in there right now. But you do see a kitchen, and they're preparing food and things of the sort. Okay. Things turn south or whatever. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, sounds good. And so as everybody else is kind of sitting down and whatnot, Spaz, how you doing over there? Doing all right? Just checking. All right. So as you guys get down there, you then see that the Fabler, the kind of misshapen gnome, kind of gets off his stilts, kind of walks over, takes them off, and kind of walks over to this small oak box that's sort of, a lot chest, I'm sorry, in the center of the a circle there where the benches are. There's an oak lock chest in the middle, and he unlocks it and he opens it. And as he does, he takes out this small oak box, and he opens that small oak box, and you see everybody's looking at him. Prince Zeech is sitting next to there, and the Fabler says, "And now we have come to the lively sports and baiting, my friends. These rings have been ensourced with magic, such that those who wear it can direct the actions and movements of one who has been, specially prepared as a receiver." He then hobbles over to Prince and hands one of the rings to him. He says, "A prince would like to challenge one of you to an honest fight, utilizing the lives of others at the end of these rings as proxies, per se. Is there anyone brave enough to meet the prince's champion in the field of battle?" He kind of looks over the group. Yes, a specially prepared receiver of sorts, if you want to think of it that way. As you guys are all sitting there, finally, Maris stands up next to you and he says, "I can do it." Maris kind of walks over, and you see the Fabler says, good, excellent. Please sit here. And he kind of has everybody on the bench slide over. Maris kind of sits down. You can see some sweat sort of beating off his forehead. Not quite sure what to think. Maris looks around at all the rest of the group. So as that happens, you see Prince Zeech slowly slides the ring on his finger, and as he does, you see him sort of jolt back, almost as if he's like shocked by something, and his eyes kind of roll back into his head. You just kind of hear him go, "Ugh," and then he just sort of stares straight ahead, but his eyes are rolled up, and all you can see are the whites of his eyes as he does that. Maris kind of looks over, and you hear a loud as he gulps, and he's like, "Man, my mouth is really dry." And so he also slides the ring on, and as he does the same thing where he kind of goes, "Ah!" and he kind of lurches back, and his head kind of twitches to the side. His eyes also roll up into the back of his head. Talon, you hear Mizzen next to you say, "Oh my God, what is going on?" Oh, this is horrific. Not sure I should have came to this party. And as that happens, the Fabler kind of goes over, and there's a silk cord that's over on the side, and he pulls that silk cord, and as he does, you see a dozen feral cats sort of pile into the arena, and they're kind of running around, and you hear meow, meow, and they're kind of fighting at each other, and they're racing around and howling in anger as they're kind of running around. But the cord that he pulls is not the two things in the center. The Fabler then kind of looks, and he says, kind of loudly, he says, "If you create more ornaments than the prince," he's talking to Maris, he says, "you can survive the champion's wrath, and you'll win the most fabulous prize indeed." And as he does that, he pulls a second cord. And as he does, you see the cages of the pit, the cages in the pit open. And as they do, you see two cockatrices come running out. And as they do, you kind of immediately see, like, one is sort of unsteady, and its head's dodging back and forth. And you see Maris's head now is dodging back and forth as well. And the other one, you see the head definitely looks back and forth, and Prince Zeech's head moves back and forth as these cockatrices are in there. And as he's doing that, you see that, the cockatrices run around, and they turn all these sort of cats into stone as he does this. And as that happens, you see some of the servants come down, and they have on them plates of eggs, and they're boiled ones. They're rather large eggs, and they do seem to be there. And then there's other ones that has scrambled eggs with some fine meats, and there's this strange cocktail of egg mixed with rum for a kind of a drink that's there. And you see them each handing them out to you guys. Alrighty. So as they hand it out, and you're doing that, and as you reach down there, Killraven goes, "Oh, my favorite, cockatrice eggs, isn't it?" The guy nods. quickly the battle ends pretty quickly with the cats, and as that occurs, you immediately see that the cockatrice that Zeech is handling kind of goes around and immediately starts to attack the other cockatrice, and you can see Maris is kind of like bashing his head back and forth as he's getting hit by this other cockatrice, and finally the cockatrice Maris was running turns to stone, and as that does, Prince Zeech slides the ring off his finger. Maris does the same, and he's visibly sweating as this happens, and you see him kind of nauseating. He goes almost to throw up. He's like, God. And as that happens, the Fabler claps, and everybody sort of claps as well, and Prince Zeech sort of kind of puffs up his chest, and he says, I love that thing. That's great. The other guy goes, I think it's those rings, don't you? Looked like they were moving their heads as the other ones were. You see, the crust kind of looks over and not so quietly yells across the pit and says, to Spaz,
Hey, you, why didn't you do it? You're the leader and all. You're supposed to be the strongest, right? You're supposed to put that ring on and fight those cockatrices against Prince Zeech. Some hero you are. Oh my God, this guy. See, they're not worth being with you, Prince Zeech. Zeech looks around. Like, really? I didn't see you pick up the ring either. Probably too scared, aren't you?
Zeech looks and he says, please, stop. Zeech says, no, we're done. There's not going to be any fight. It's over. And the Fabler now, he kind of comes back down again. He says, please, 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 we're all here. This is supposed to be a joyous celebration for Prince Zeech. See, the prince again looks fairly annoyed at this point. He looks over at Bacrus and he looks back at Spaz. Fabler says, no, come on. And he sort of pets the bird and he puts the bird back up on his shoulder and he says, okay, let's go, people. Nope. The same. It's a very bad ventriloquist act from the Fabler. You're welcome. And he's like, come on, let's go. And he kind of moves the bird and he looks up at the bird and he says, see, it's time for us to go someplace else. The bird wants us to go. Follow me, follow me. Yeah, the group kind of picks up, and as you do that, you see that Killraven reaches over and grabs just a couple eggs for the way to go, kind of to eat the hard-boileds as he's walking, and you hear, I love cockatoos. So good. Finally, you guys move back through the hallways, up and down, and then lead you out into a long, narrow garden, kind of on the north side of the palace that you haven't been to. Twilight now has fallen, and you see the garden is lit by numerous continual flames, and they're multiple colors. So you see red, orange, green, blue, all colors of the rainbow now light up this area. Not in any particular pattern, but definitely is there to light it up. And you see that their lights are coming from skulls that are hanging from kind of delicate silver and golden chains that are there. Haleth, you kind of look around and you do see Snowflake kind of wandering through with the rest of the group. Sounds good. As you guys head out into this large garden, you see that there is a mound of differently colored human skulls that are arranged at one end of the garden, and you see that the Fabler takes pain in really making sure that you all are lined up in sort of a semicircle around this small mound of skulls that are stacked high. And he even moves somebody a little bit, like he says, to Mahadril, she's like, oh, no, you have to step a little bit closer. And he makes sure the spacing's all completely accurate as he does that. And then he kind of turns around and smiles and nods. He says, And now, my beautiful friends, we have come to the final game of the evening. I present to my wondrous prince an unfortunate criminal named Jack. And as he does that, he kind of reaches behind him and pulls out this skull that's been painted black. It's a human skull, has his fingers in the eyelets, the hands kind of over the skull itself, and he has it in his hand, and the mouth part is sticking up. And he kind of looks and he hands it to the prince, this human skull, and the prince takes it. Fabler says, "And to the rest of you, I present these delicate treasures," and he indicates to the stack of the differently colored skulls that are. "Please take your color. Please, take a color." Alrighty. Yep. Green. I was gonna say you guys are gonna need a skill check. So what I would have you guys do then is why don't we do an opposed either acrobatics or athletics to see if he grabs onto it as you're mage handing it. There was multiple, but looks like they're fighting over it, so that's good. All right, Ren, I got that one. Not your best roll. Either athletics or acrobatics. Just to oppose you as you move it. Oh, that's okay. Alrighty. So that's all I need. The reason is to see if you can mage hand it quick enough away from him so he can't grab it. I told you it was. So as he does that, though, you see the skull comes towards you with your mage hand, and you see Ren reaches out and grabs it just before it gets to you, and he has his hand on it, and your mage hand is on it. Fabler says, no need to fight, we have many skulls. Alrighty, so you let go, and Ren takes it. And you see... Alright, gotcha. And there are different shades of purple and whatnot. The idea is that each of you have a different color so they can recognize, but there's light green, dark green, light purple, chartreuse, I mean, whatever other colors I don't know are there. So so everybody kind of grabs one, and the Fabler kind of looks to everybody and he says, now the prince shall throw Jack as far to the end of the garden, and the rest of you shall toss a chap of your own. The thrower comes closest to Jack shall be declared the winner. Easy enough, don't you think? So you see Zeech takes his hand and sort of does an underhand throw, and as he does, he throws it quite a distance, about 50 feet away, and it lands, and you see it rolls, and as it rolls, it sort of stops, and as it does, the eyes are facing all of you forward. Prince Zeech looks back, and he says, they are all human skulls, yes. And he smiles, and he says, aha, nice throw, I have to say. So each of you have a skull that's there in your hand now with the different colors. And so the way this works is you can either use your dexterity bonus, like an attack roll, or your strength attack roll, whichever one. Well, actually, I lied. Strength bonus or dexterity bonus, not your proficiency bonus. And so, so either your strength, whichever one you want. Yeah, check. That would be perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it. And all of them are rolled at disadvantage. All right. Has got a 6. I think it's a check, Haleth, not a save. That's okay. At disadvantage. Yep. All right. All right, so as you all kind of throw these skulls, you see they kind of bounce, and unfortunately, you notice that this is not like throwing a ball or something, and so a lot of them woefully don't make it very far, except for Merrick's. Yours is pretty close, and then Haleth kind of knocks yours out of the way, and hers rolls right next to the black skull. As that happens, you hear everybody kind of cheers and claps, and Vulras looks to you, and he says, shot. And as this was occurring, the servants had passed around gingerbread men cookies, and none of them had heads. Sorry? Good, excellent. So they actually give you 2. They all sort of clap as that happens, and the Fabler kind of looks over to you and to Haleth, and he says, "Ah, you are the winner." And he grabs, has a small box that he pulls out of his coat, and it's looks like a box that would hold a necklace. And he opens up the necklace, and as he does, he lifts up this necklace that is made of silver, and on the very bottom, there's a small silver skull. It has 2 ruby eyes, and they glow. Everybody goes, ooh, and you can kind of hear everybody kind of talking about it. And he hands you the necklace. Prince Zeech nods, and he says, I agree. Please, put it on. All right, I gotcha. So as you put that necklace on and it sits, it does sit very nicely on your chest, but as it touches the skin on your chest, red rubies turn to emerald. Very nice. Very nice. Here you go. As that happens, the Fabler smiles and he looks and he says, "Ah, who's hungry?" Excellent! It's time for the feast. Please come, come. So as you guys go, he leads you back into the palace, down the large central hall, and as he does, he enters into the what looks like a banquet hall. Snowflake, you did see this, obviously, when you were peering around. Now, though, however, you see there's a massive cylindrical table that kind of rises up out of the ground and into this room. And on this table is, it's kind of a mahogany sort of a polished table. And it sort of dominates the room now. As you guys came in, the floor had opened, it moved up, and then closed around it. You also see that the walls are decked with portraits and landscapes of great quality. And as you kind of look around, you see most of these portraits are of Zeech himself, although you do see there is this beautiful, silver-haled, pale, remarkably beautiful woman who dominates predominantly right near the center or the head of the table. And then you see that there's these various stained glass dome, essentially. It's all a dome that's over you. It's all stained glass. And it appears that there's angels that are playing in the arches that are gracefully above you. And the perimeter of the windows are all decorated with a ring of what looks like severed heads mounted on iron spikes about 20 feet above the polished marble. Yeah. So as you come in, the Fabler says, "Please, have a seat. Of course, save this seat right here." And he points to the seat at the head of the table. This is for our man of the honor, of course. And he points to the seat to the right. He says, "Please, hold this seat as well." All right, gotcha. As you come down and as you sit down, you see that there's a dazzling array of cutlery. We're talking about 10 different spoons, 15 different forks, knives spread out all over the place, cups, things, lots of different plates. And there's a nameplate in front of you, a card of sort. And as you sit down, you see that the card actually puts your name across it, Snowflake. And so as people start to sit down and are sitting down, you see the same thing. Their name pops up and it says whatever their name is there. Is there anybody that wants to sit next to anybody in particular? Okay, all right, sounds good. All right, same spot again. I assume, Talon, are you sitting next to me again? Okay. All right. And anybody else in particular? Nope. You guys do see that Truss and Vedras immediately kind of sit right next to the prince, as close as they can get on the opposite side. They take those seats fairly quickly. Everyone else sort of filters in and kind of sits down. You notice that Madril and Hemris have been talking quite a bit this time, back and forth. And then you do see that Hoff, he appears to be sort of despondent now, not really talking to anybody, just kind of moving through the motions at this point. Seems a little disgusted or kind of bothered with. Otherwise, nothing else really has been out of evil. As everybody kind of starts to sit down and find their seats, you all see that your nameplate shows your name. That's Haleth and Merrick. As you sit down, you see that it actually does show your real name that pops up there. Yeah, it's just a card, just like a card that's made into a V. That there's a placeholder that you would see at any sort of party or something. All right, sounds good. So as you do, the card kind of tips over as you grab the glass of water, and it kind of covers the letter there. Okay, all right, sounds good. Alrighty. So as you guys all sit down and whatnot, you see that obviously you have that wide array of silverware. How many people have nobility as a background? All right. So Ren, you know what each piece of silverware is for. Is there anybody that's proficient in history, investigation, or performance? Alrighty. All right, gotcha. How about the rest of you, Merrick and Talon? Perception. Okay, so people that are proficient in history, investigation, performance. As you're sitting at the table, I'll have you make a single roll to see what utensil to use at the right time, and it'll just be a one-time roll. You can only roll the one that you're proficient in, and you're okay. For the other two, for Merrick and Talon, you can use your perception if you want to. I'm okay with that, but it is at disadvantage to see if you are able to recognize which tools to use at what time, and not to look out of place. Ren, you don't have to worry about it. You know how to do it. Sounds good. That's good to know. I'm glad to know that. So good deal. So if you want to, you can start to as they kind of you're sitting down and whatnot, kind of looking at all the tools that are there. Okay. Yep. And that's the idea, but you're trying to be as quick so it doesn't look like you're looking at other people. That's the whole premise of the idea. See, so that way you're quickly to do it without offending someone. Maybe the prince. Yeah, assuming. As you guys are kind of looking, and you do see that they're kind of putting some things out and trying to figure out the silverware and checking. You hear one of the servants comes to the door and he says, "Oh, finally, Lashana has arrived." And everybody immediately stands up and turns towards the door and starts clapping and whatnot. And you see Prince Zeech, the one time tonight, has sort of a genuine smile across his face as this occurs. You see a truly dazzling and beautiful woman walk into the room. She carries with her a decanter of red wine. She's dressed in a full red dress with some white hanging from it. You guys immediately recognize that the cape behind her is from LaFawn's, because obviously the design is so like that. And she's kind of got that alabaster skin, and she sort of has this long silver hair that's set back, and a tiara is made of black diamonds across the front there. And everyone kind of feels her gaze as she walks into the room. She looks around the room at everybody and says, "Boy," kind of smiling and making you feel like she knows you all, even though she hasn't met any of you. As she comes in, she greets Prince Zeech with a nod, doesn't really say anything, and she gracefully sort of walks over to her seat and sort of sits down. I'm sorry, it's at the opposite end of the table. Sorry, so Zeech is at one end, Shauna's at the other. And she sort of sits down. And that means that she sits down next to Spaz and Snowflake. She looks to you and she says, "Hello, my name is Lashana. It's a pleasure to meet you, Spaz El Magnificent." "It's a pleasure to meet you as well." Boy, two handsome gentlemen sitting next to you. What's that? Handsome gentleman? Oh, yeah. That's all right. No worries. That was my fault. I messed it up. I apologize. As you see that, Prince Zeech now is kind of looking, and he sort of stands up, and silence kind of falls over the entire banquet hall. And Prince Zeech looks and he says, "Dear friends." And as he does, all the decapitated heads around the room sort of goes, "Friends, friends." It says, Zeech says, "I bid you enjoy this feast, eat and drink until you're filled in my very humble abode." At that point, he claps once with his hands, and in an instant later, doors all around the room swing open, and you see, great doors to the kitchen swing open, and you see what walks through is a trio of manticores that kind of walk in, and they sort of enter, and they have sort of this no fire in their eyes that and the wings have been cruelly kind of severed, so there's just tiny little stubs that are left, and their once ferocious barbs on their long tail have been removed, and you can see there's scars where those things were moved. And on each of the manticore, you see there's these great big platters across its back, and behind that, each of those manticores, you see these distorted servants sort of trail behind them, eager to bring in kind of serving food and to bring in serving food off of these manticores. As that happens, all the heads around you, sort of in this ghoulish voice, kind of do this hurrah, hurrah, hurrah. And it goes on as they continue to walk through for a good 5 minutes, while these heads are these heads are doing that while they're putting food onto the. As they do that, each servant sort of brings around, and they set in front of you a small covered silver goblet. And each one is kind of being put in front of each person as we go by. Can I have insight checks from everybody? So as they are giving it to the people that are not in the group, you can kind of see them placing them down in front of each person. And everybody seems to be interested, right? And interested into what's there and what's inside the goblet. And as they get kind of placed around, you hear the fabler kind of stands up and he says, as one of the founders of Alhaster was on a desperate pilgrimage and washed up on the harbor shore. He hadn't eaten anything for many weeks. He fell upon the moors to die. As he did, he saw a worm emerge from the ground. He then realized the worm was a gift from the gods that he should live, so he devoured it, gorged on it. In Red Hand, always has been a tradition to start a feast with such a celebration of thanks. And the Fabler looks to you and he says, "Please, enjoy." And as you kind of look down, the tops come off these goblets, and you see inside there is this fat, greasy worm. And it sort of glistens, and it kind of wiggles around in there, and it's a nasty green shade of worm. So looking at this worm, you guys recognize that it's not one of those worms. So you have obviously seen these worms intimately, the cayuse worms and things. This is not it. You know that's not what this is. But anybody who is proficient in nature can give me a nature check. Yep, you sure can. Alrighty. You guys see this worm, and you do see people are they sort of pick up their forks and whatnot as they go at this, and then these roll. I had to go back and look. I apologize. Ren, you immediately know which fork to pick up and knife. Snowflake, you do as well as Haleth. You do fine too. Merrick, you are able to follow that up. Alan, you seem to struggle a little bit, as well as Spaz. Both of you seem to have some trouble and a little bit slow. And you see Prince Zeech looks down and just sort of frowns a little bit. Yes, you would have. And I will tell you what. And you see everybody kind of cutting into him, and as they do, you even see Hoff. He doesn't really know how to cut into it very well, and some green ichor kind of spits up and hits him in the nose, and he wipes it off really quickly, trying to not have anybody. They're probably about, I don't know, 3 inches wide by 7 or 8 inches. Yeah, kind of like a hot dog. So he does. The prince cuts open and really starts to eat it, and he kind of goes right into it. All right, sounds good. It is. All right. Okay. Anybody else not going to eat the worm? All right. Okay. So were you only looking at the worm? Within 60 feet of you? Okay. All right, gotcha. Gotcha. And so the worm is not undead fiend. All right. So you guys, the ones who do eat the worm, it actually is pretty tasty. Surprisingly, it does feel a little weird going down the throat, to be honest with you. And then, yeah. And Merrick, you said you were going to eat it, or you didn't eat it? All right. So Merrick does try it as he eats it. You hear McCrust go,
Ugh, that's excellent. I love that stuff. Got any more?
Prince Zeech says, of course, McCrust for you? Of course I do. He kind of waves his hand, and you see somebody comes from the kitchen, and this time there's a bowl, a gold bowl, and it has about 5 of them in there, and they set it down in front of him. Yeah. And he quickly dives into him. So as he's doing that, you see Prince Zeech kind of looks over and waits until he finishes with his food there. As that happens, Prince Zeech says, Fabler, tell us a tale. And the Fabler kind of stands up and clears his throat, and then he pulls his chair out and stands up on it. He kind of looks and he says, well, let me tell you a story about a dryad whose tree unknowingly ended up transplanted in a bitter noble's garden. And I gotta tell you what, this dryad kept teasing the noble and telling him that he was silly and making the tree do funny things. And suddenly, the noble cut down the tree, but the tree fell and crushed the house. Ha 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 ha! And he looks around to see if anybody else laughs. Alrighty. And he bows. He bows to you too. And the prince says, very good story, Fabler. I liked it. Lashana, of course, claps. And then Prince Zeech looks and he says, please, anyone else have a tale to tell? It's got to be asleep. Only reason why you wouldn't tell a tale. I know. I'm sure that's probably what it is. Alrighty. Oh, nice. Would you like to do a performance check for you, Alan? You did tell a tale. Strong work. You see some people clap, and Lashana says, interesting story. I'm interested by that. They were that time, if you're interested. All right. Hey, there he is. Hey, buddy. You all right? Are you sure? Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. So here. Nice story. You have a performance roll for me, Spaz? Thank you, sir. They all kind of clap and whatnot, and Prince Zeech kind of nods. Nice. And Lashana tips her glass to you, Haleth, as you kind of yell that out. About what's left of the dinner party, maybe. I guess it's probably up to Spaz. Spaz, do you want to just call it, or do you want us to continue without you? What would you like us to do? I'm okay either way. Are you all right? All right, fair enough, man. That sounds good. It won't be that long, so I don't even think it'll be. All right, I don't think it'll even be that long. I was just hoping we could get through. It took a little longer than what so after the stories were told, then you see that the second course now comes out, and you see there's a single domesticated manicore now enters in, and on his back he carries an entire. That's all good. He carries an entire, an enormous dish. An enormous pie on a silver dish. Of great size that's kind of strapped his back. So you can think it's about 6 feet is how big it is strapped onto his back. And you see that there are what appears to be beaks of birds made out of pastry that cover the pie. And it kind of moves into sort of the center of the room, kind of behind half of the people, obviously not at the table. And as it does that, you suddenly see that the crust opens up and 24 blackbirds sort of emerge and start flying around the room in terror, kind of cawing and whatnot, almost like Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds type of thing, where they're flying around in the room. As quick as that happens, boom, the birds disappear, and you all recognize that this is some sort of an illusion. And Prince Zeech says, my favorite, blackbird pie. And they sort of bring out and they serve it to each one of you. And as they do that, they also bring out these huge tureens of vegetables. And there is a bottle of white wine that sits there, and they each pour you a glass. And Lashana looks and she says, my favorite, red hand, resin's wind. Very good stuff. As you guys are eating, anybody want to partake in the wine? It would. Alrighty, gotcha. Tastes wonderful. It's a very nice spiced wine that you drink in there. As you do feel that it's particularly potent, and it does make your eyes kind of water just a little bit, but it tastes very good nonetheless. As you guys are sort of completing this, Prince Zeech then looks to the Fabler and he says, "Please, my favorite Fabler, a song, if you don't mind." And you see the Fabler kind of bows and he stands up on the chair again and kind of looks over to Spaz and he sort of sneers a little bit at him. And he says, starts to perform kind of a catchy little tune on his pan flutes. And pan pipes. And he plays that for about 5 minutes or so. And afterwards, of course, everybody claps. And Zeech looks around and he says, "Does anyone else have a song to share by chance?" I see. Please. Spaz, stand up. And the Fabler looks to you and he says, "Do you have an instrument?" Good. And he sits down. Prince Zeech says, "Whichever one is your favorite." Alrighty. Performance roll. Ready? Thank you. And as Spaz plays Baby Shark, you kind of hear it, and it's a beautiful song that he plays. Probably the best Baby Shark you've ever heard. There is such a thing. And as he does that, you see that the Fabler sits down there and crosses his arms, and he looks pissed. Right? He's just like, "Oh, really?" And after it's done, the prince stands up and he claps, and he's like, "This is awesome. I love it. Very good." As that happens, the Fabler stands up and he says, "Nice job, Spaz." She looks and she says, "I'm sure it's not. He plays much better in the past." I think he's doing a pretty good job of that. And so then the Fabler then says, "Finally, a delicate
abasarage. This is the prince's own concoction. It's a curious dish. It involves an entire tocinata stuffed with numerous grits of ballast steaks, as well as in turn stuffed with a tangy arrowhawk breasts, which are finally in turn stuffed with the entire boned syringe with 3 olives impaled on its proboscis. It is a very sought after dish. Please. And you see they kind of bring it out, and there's this huge platter slung between 2 manticores that's kind of going back and forth. And you see the toginata, which is a large, sort of like a turtle, as the shell has been halved, and it's filled with this mass of meat, and some of it's kind of hanging over the edge and kind of falling over the edge. And then you do see that there's these sturges that are kind of there, and you see these proboscis that are sticking out with olives, and each one gets put in front of everybody with a sturge and a bunch of meat that's just kind of slopped onto your plate. It looks disgusting. As this happens, the prince looks around and he says, what do you think of my dish? It was my own decision. Many things went into this thought. I'd prefer not to give away my secrets, as you can imagine. Prince kind of goes in and he kind of cuts into the food and puts it on his fork and brings it up to his mouth. Looks around to the rest of the room. Everybody else is going to eat. Okay. It does. All right, sounds good. Okay. Anybody else that's not going to eat it? Alrighty. Okay, sounds good. Okay, sounds good. All right, kind of push it away. All right. Sounds good. Thank you. All right. So as you do, you see there's many people around the table that are sort of like kind of clearing their throats, and they're eating it. And they got their eyes, and the prince kind of smiles a little bit as he sees that people are smiling. You guys do the best of your abilities to try to hide things, the ones that are trying to hide it and whatnot. Spaz, you can tell that this is definitely these foods that he talked about, but it's a disgusting combination. You are able to deceive and do whatever you were going to roll. So, and Haleth, you're able to as well. You see the prince, it takes a few bites, and then he says, third course is done, don't you say? Wonderful. Kind of clears his throat, grabs a drink and puts it down, and quickly you see everybody... Snowflake eats it all. They quickly take everything away quickly and kind of scoot it away. The Fabler then kind of stands up again and he says, the fourth course. It's going to be excellent. And as he does, you see that they bring out again some huge covered tureens that are brought out, and they sort of set it down. And as they do, you see that each one that is there kind of sits down, and you see the lid sort of wiggles a little bit as it does. And the Fabler kind of looks and he says, please open up the lids for everyone now that they're all out. As you open them up, the Fabler starts to tell a story, and you see that the bowl is full of what looks like a shuddering purple glob that kind of moves back and forth. And the Fabler says, purple worms are a notorious menace for certain areas around the world. Their propensity for eating everything that moves is known to adventurers far and wide.
Tribesmen of old had learnt the way of cooking this poisonous tail sections of the purple so that the poison is neutralized. Recipe has to be precise in its preparation, of course. And as they kind of open, you take the lids off and you look. He looks around, he says, "Are any of you brave enough to taste the dish before the prince, putting the prince's health at risk for its deliciousness?" Prince Zeech smiles and nods. He says, "I think it would bring back honor." Shauna bends over and says to Snowflake, "What'd she do?" That sounds terrible. I meet with her. Shot, huh? Was it? I'm sorry I missed it. I bet. Which one was it, by the way? Well, both. I gotcha. Oh, that's impressive. What's her name? Do you know? I'll ask somebody else. She turns to Spaz. Spaz, what's that lady's name? She seemed to have knocked... The one that has her name tag knocked over. She's pointing at Haleth. That lady right there. The beautiful one. Oh, Sahana? Okay. Okay, alright, gotcha. Well, that's good to know. Kind of... okay, and she kind of drinks from her glass of white chilled spiced wine. Fine. Alright, Haleth, so you're gonna dig in? I know you do. Alright, so as you volunteer, everybody looks at you, right? And they're all staring at you, and as you kind of dig into the meat of this green blob, whatever, pudding, jello, you kind of dig in and put it into your mouth. As they do that, you see somebody sets down a drink next to you, and Fabler says, "Oh, please, you must drink some Krosh. It's the local spirit made of blackberries and exotic spices. It goes wonderfully with this dish. I'm sorry we didn't have it out sooner." Yeah, he sat the glass down next to you. He brought it over to you. Like, "I'm so sorry that we forgot." It wasn't. No, it was not. It was not the server with. Gotcha. Alrighty. So as you drink that, this drink is really alcoholic. Like the most alcohol drink you've ever drank. Need a Constitution save. I know you got poison. I gotcha. Haleth puts it down like a boss. And you dig into the food. So both the food as well as the drink, you do have some. Everybody looks at you and inquisitively waiting for something terrible to happen. Everybody claps. You see Prince Zeech, a big smile across his face. "Ah, I thought so. Drinks all around, please." And you see they all bring out this drink of Krosh here in front of everybody. You see, yeah, go ahead. Okay, sounds good. You see the table. Everybody's kind of now digging into this purple worm dish. Prince Zeech's, Lashana's eating some as well. Is there anybody that's not going to eat it? All right, it actually tastes really good. Okay, sounds good. So as everybody's sort of eating and whatnot, you hear people are kind of generally talking and whatnot, and Prince Zeech says, "Killraven, please tell us that story." Killraven's like, I don't want to brag. He's like, no, please. He says, well, I was just talking with Captain Vulras here about the Rehu orcs up to the north, and we were dispatched by the prince. Thank you very much, sir. And the prince nods to him. He says, we took out quite a few of them, to be honest with you. It was tough go. A lot of people dead. We were surrounded, almost completely surrounded, but thankfully Vulras and his band of rangers were able to save us, brought us to be saved. I am appreciative of that. And Vulras nods. He says, of course, you would have done the same for me. And as that happens, Boycross says, well, we took out those orcs too on our way. We cleaned up what was there. And you can kind of hear they're kind of bragging back and forth. Is there anybody that would be interested in getting into this sort of storytelling bragging? All right. So what type of story would you like to tell? Okay, gotcha. Anybody else? Oh, that's a good one. Anybody else? All right, so Ren and Merrick, I need you guys both to make intimidation rolls for me, please. Right. So, Ren, you kind of tell the story, and as you tell the story about a black dragon, several people in the room, they don't really seem that interested in it. Almost as if everybody tells black dragon, right? I mean, it just didn't seem like it had the pizzazz. When Merrick starts to tell the story about this green, sort of two-headed creature that you guys had fought, the room suddenly becomes quiet as everybody is sort of transfixed on Merrick's story. Merrick, as you end, you hear Killraven, who's sitting next to you, says, damn, son. Really? Captain Vulras looks to you and he taps you on the shoulder. He says, I can't believe that. And Prince Zeech claps. I gotta tell you, that's a great story there, Doug. Everybody kind of agrees as that happens and whatnot. As you kind of finish up the story, there starts to be Fabler kind of sits up and whatnot and says, clear the bowls, please, clear the bowls. And they start to kind of take the bowls out, and as they finally clear, the last bit of bowls are cleared, and you sort of get the smell of what smells like cloves and honey. They kind of waft through. And you see this single manticore enters, and as he enters, you see that there is nearly an 8-foot tall cake. And the cake itself is in the shape, is shaped like a ziggurat. But crowned at the very top is a figure of Zeech, Prince Zeech, sort of with his sword up in the air, surrounded by this light. And he has angel wings that are kind of surrounding him as well. As that comes in, everybody starts clapping, and they're applauding, and everybody's happy and whatnot, and the cake is sort of levered over onto the table. And as they set the cake down onto the table, you guys see that this cake is truly beautiful and immediately matches the ziggurat that you saw out in the jungle itself. And as it sets down, you start to see the cake sort of gets a crack. There's large rets that sort of appear on the side. And you see the Zeech figure starts to sort of sort of list or kind of starts to turn over. As that happened, everybody is like, kind of holds their breath. Kind of in the center of the table. I mean, if you wanted to try to do something, you could. No, it looks like the cake is literally falling apart. Yep. But you see that Zeech thing starts to list, and it's kind of tipping back and forth. And you notice that the cake appears to be sort of kind of unbalancing, but everybody in there is like, and you kind of hear everybody kind of pull up their breath and things. Suddenly you see the Zeech sort of topples, and it slides down the side of the cake as an avalanche of frosting hit, and it hits the table hard enough because it's from 8 feet. You see the head of the figure, which is about a 6-inch figure that was there. The head breaks off and it rolls, and as it rolls and lands into Merrick's lap. As that happens, you hear a few people kind of that kind of giggle and whatnot. But as you look around the room, you see a lot of people kind of cover that so that nobody really notices that that's what it is. Okay, gotcha. So you pick it up and hurl it. So as you hurl it into the cake there, I need everyone to, if you're not hiding your laughter at this or whatnot, I need a deception roll. As that happens, and as you guys are rolling, you see in Zeech's eyes a hate that you have seen before, of pure hatred, and you can feel the anger is palpable from him. He looks around the table, quickly looking at everybody, and as he does, his eyes sort of focus on a couple people. So you see that he stares at Haleth, and there's that hatred in his eyes, and then he quickly turns to Spaz, looking as well, and Ren, he finally looks towards you. The hatred is there. Just before he starts to say something, you see the Fabler sort of steps up and he goes, "Ha ha ha! The cake is not made of stone and iron, but I'll eat it all if no one else will. I'm happy to eat it all. Watch this!" And he starts digging into the cake. As that happens, you see Zeech sort of
He looks around and he suddenly starts to laugh.
a bit of a chuckle that's there, and then he just sort of kind of sits back. And as he does, you can see he's kind of brooding, just sort of sitting there. And the Fabler continues to kind of do it, and he's like, "What do you think of this?" And he starts shoving it in his ears, and he's like, "I'll put it in my ears to eat it all." Lashana kind of looks across the table, and she says, "Fabler, you're always the light of the party, aren't you?" Like, "I try. Like, anybody else want some cake?" He looks around the room. So he kind of reaches in and he throws some, and it kind of plops down on your plate there. He's like, "Have some, Doug."
And say,
She looks to you and she said, "I'm not sure what the prince wanted." As you guys, the ones who are going to eat cake, the rest of you are kind of sort of sitting there. Suddenly, the Fabler, kind of is covered in sort of cake and things like that, and kind of looks and he says, "As with the conclusion of any great feast in Alhaster, we must have the traditional closing, correct?" And the party all looks around at the NPCs, and they all look, and some of them nod and whatnot. And he says, "It's time for the Dance of the Dead." And as he says that, you do hear the sound of what sounds like music being playing. And And you start to see that there's dancers, and they're all dressed in sort of what look like dead people. So their faces are painted almost like zombie-like things, but some of them wear long wigs. Some of them are have mustaches that have been taped on and whatnot. The Fabler says, "Please, let's not use these. Servants, leave." And the servants all leave. He says, "Bring in my minions." And as he does, you see there's all these skeletons that kind of come in, and they start to do this dance. And as they're doing that, they're kind of clearing the table as they're dancing around. So these skeletons kind of come around and pick up your food bowls and kind of spin as they go away. Fabler looks at you all and he says, "Please, please, to the ballroom, let's go." He kind of jumps down, and as he does, he takes his bird and he puts it on his shoulder and he says, come on, let's go. We need to dance." Yep. All right. He takes your hand and he says, "Lady, didn't know you were so enamored by me." "Oh. I guess I had a little too much drink." Okay. Uh-huh. So you make it pretty noticeable as you do. Everybody else, I assume, is continuing along. So as you all enter into the ballroom, you do see that there are skeletons that are kind of sitting there that are animated, and they all are playing sort of an instrument, and they're playing a waltz, essentially, is what it is. And as they do that, the Fabler kind of walks in. He says, "Is there anybody who would like to join me to play some music or to do some singing while we do this dance?" He looks around. He's like, "I'll just do it myself. No problem. You enjoy yourself." And as he does, you see that the people come in and everybody sort of lines up as if they're doing sort of a Victorian waltz. And you see a lot of the NPCs are lined up kind of next to one another, kind of waiting to do a dance. The music starts to start to play, and everybody's sort of getting in position. Is there anybody that is not going to dance? All right, so Snowflake, you move over to the side and kind of lean up against the wall or whatever. Gotcha. Alrighty, gotcha. Visit, of course, curtsies and says, "Why, of course." There's Hemris. There's an elf, yep. Lashana, yep. You too. Is he? Okay, gotcha. Alright, so... Alrighty, gotcha. Sounds good. So at this point, as you guys may or may not be aware, but you will learn very quickly that this is a time where you can dance with pretty much everybody. You're kind of passed from partner to partner, kind of moving around the room. And yeah, right. And so that's kind of what occurs here. So it does give you an opportunity for anybody that wants to talk to any of the NPCs that you haven't had a chance to talk to. You're more than welcome to do that. And then I think what we'll probably start with is we'll start with Spaz first, and then we'll just kind of move around the room. So if there's anybody that you would be interested in, Prince Zeech does not dance. He does stand next to the Fabler, just kind of watches. You still see that he's kind of brooding. He's not very happy. Appears to be very disappointed. Think of like a spoiled little boy at a birthday. Spaz, so you are dancing with Lashana. She nods to you, and she says, "For Spaz, take the lead." And she dances. You know, she's very graceful with her movements, very beautiful. Her hair moves just right as she dances. Yeah, you're doing all right. You're trying to keep up with her, but she makes it seem like you're not out of step. She makes general small talk, asks about you and things that you do, and compliments you about your glasses. Says that she loves your outfit and thinks that you're a very good choice. LaFond is a good person. He says, many things. I've been part of the city for a long time, but mainly I support Prince Zeech. He needs something, I try to help him with whatever he needs. Awfully personal, don't you think? Alrighty. Alrighty, gotcha. So, yeah, I gotcha. So, she says, Spaz, it's not as dramatic as you think it is. He sometimes sends me to certain cities as an envoy to speak for Alhaster. I've been here a while, I've known Alhaster all my life, and I'm here for the city, of course. And then at that point she says, it's time to change. And she immediately kind of gestures and moves to the next person dancing. Is there anybody else that you wanted to talk to, Spaz? Alrighty, gotcha. So I'm just going to go down the list. So Merrick, you would be next. So you are dancing, and any particular person that you would like to talk to that you haven't talked to yet? Sure. So as you're dancing, and it comes to Lashana, and you ask her that question, she smiles to you, and in just a regular, simple discussion, she kind of nods to you, and she says, "Save the questions for later. There are ears for in this place to hear. Don't you agree?" Kind of smiles to you and nods. Says, "How about in tomorrow afternoon? My place." And she says, "Man, Doug, it's a pleasure." You continue to move through. Is there anyone else that you're interested in? Alrighty. Haleth? Yeah, you bet. He looks at you and he says, "Not right? What do you mean?" "Mean, this is my prince. I would never betray my prince." Alright. Give me a persuasion roll. Yeah, persuasion. So as you say that, he looks at you and he shot him leg on purpose, I think. Well, I am loyal to the prince, as you are aware. The rest of the dance with him is in silence. And you quickly change partners. Is there anyone else that you would like? Alrighty, sounds good. Talon. No worries, thank you. How about Ren? Snowflake? Yep. stands there, and as he stares off, you see that he is watching really one person and one person only. And that person appears to be Merrick. And he looks to you, and he gives you just a look in your face. He immediately turns on his heel and walks out of the room. As he does, he doesn't say anything. You hear the Fabler says, "Ah, the man of our, Prince Zeech, going in for the night." And he claps, and everyone else around the room claps. And as he walks through the door closes rather loudly. And he kind of, the Fabler says, "Ah, please enjoy the rest of the night. Dancing as long as you would like." As that happens, you do see that people dance for a few minutes. And then after that occurs, the party starts to break up, and you see people are kind of going out to their carriages and whatnot. The carriages are all there. And as you guys are walking over to the carriage, yours is the last one to go. The Fabler is standing there, and he's waving, "Goodbye, goodbye." And Lashana is standing next to him, and she looks to you all, and she says, "Good day. It was a pleasure to meet you all." Was. And she continues to wave as you guys get back into the carriage with rolls. As the door closes, the carriage starts to move away. Takes you down the road and out the palace, unless there's anything else in it, and drops you off at the deluxe.